I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs spoon. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put $1 to my name like Creflo. Naja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. My legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tempo. Personality spicy, body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing you need endurance to go in. I got mileage on this pen, I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Ooh, that soldier in the mirror, oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
some shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Aslı.
Boy, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Aslı.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, Bob. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative, and it's so good to see all of you guys tonight. Thank you all so much for being here. And hey, Animal Mother, good to see you. And Sasha is here, and Lori, so good to see you guys. If you guys are having bad weather, I know my daughter called and said, you know, there was some bad weather going through the Midwest, and then I also saw some pictures and things people were posting from like Oklahoma. And so if you're in the path of the storms, please be careful. And, you know, I don't know, I guess just listen to the weather. Like they really know what's going on. But you know, that's our best bet. Hey Holly S, good to see you. And also Chuchi is here. And hey Shauna, good to see you, Shauna. And let's see here. Queen Sparkle Smash It is here. And also we have, I think I said hi to Sasha earlier. And either way, hi 2 times Sasha. And Gail is here. Good to see you, Gail. And let's see who else. I want to make sure I shout everybody out. Shadow is here and Cinderella is here. Hey, Witchy Mama. Yeah, Chuchi, we need to look at this, right? Like what, why, when, where, and how. Bust out those magnifying glasses because we're gonna need them. I don't know how they did it, Cinderella. I just don't know. Hey, NorCal, so Gal, good to see you. So yeah, I want to kind of explore that and see what you guys think about it. I kind of put some pictures in order. They're not time stamped per se by the video camera, but they're time stamped by at night, and I think they match up. Um, so I want to put them in order, right? So I kind of broke their photos that they put out on X. I broke them down. And of course, anytime, I take them from one place and then play them in another place, it's gonna distort the image, right? Just a little bit. It's gonna mess with the integrity of the image. Just a disclaimer on that. And hey, Robini, good to see you. I saw you dabbing in the chat. So good to see you. And Valley Gal is here. And let's see, we have, I think I got everybody because I'm scrolling backwards. Hello, Marion. Nope. I want to say hello to Marion. Good to see you. So yeah, we have a lot to go over, and then I figured I'd play a little bit of Mob Crew's video because I watched tonight where it appears that the green hoodie is going one direction and then like walks backwards a bit as if they're paying attention. And then of course, if we think they walked back towards that other direction, then that could be an issue. Um, but then also, I found it interesting that the person on the way back looks a little bit different than the person who went the first time. So I'll show you. I don't know. I think, boy, there's just a lot to analyze in those videos. But good to see you, Nancy. So good to see you, Nancy. And little Miss Sharon is here. And Chuchi, thank you so much for putting the disclaimers. So yeah, there's just so much to it. Um, Another question that I have for everyone is how many people do we think are involved at the Texas Roadhouse? Because I don't want to be getting ridiculous with it, guys. Okay. Hey, Brad. We need to rein it in if we think there's like a 20 people involved and people in the beginning when they even got there. I can't get on board with that. But here's the thing. I think it's important for us to maybe narrow down who we think is involved, right? At this point, it's been 2 years. All that is unseen. So good to see you. So, but I don't think that the green hoodie and yellow jacket have been cleared. Then I saw Nick the Hat went in and said they haven't been cleared to us, right? Meaning, at night. So, yeah, not cleared. Not cleared. Um in my opinion, they're not cleared in my court of public opinion yet because it's weird. Hey, Bluegrass Meadows. So, oh, thank you, Witchy. I will check it. I will check it. Yeah. So I'm looking and also I'm looking for that darn I don't know why they would ever take down the docket. I don't know why that channel would ever get taken down. It's weird, but that's where I wanted to get the other interview for Landon, Gannon Stock's mother. And at the end of it, Al comes in. His father comes in, and it's Landon and Al, the biological parents. And if you haven't had a chance to check out my videos on Gannon Stalk, please go look at those videos. I don't know if they're giving that monster another trial or what they're doing with that one. Hey, Jen. Hey, good to see you, Jen. I saw that you were live earlier today, and I didn't get a chance to stop in. My gosh, these my days have been going crazy lately. So let me look and see. Oh, of course my other phone died. Okay, hold on. Let me plug this baby in for a second and I'll grab it. I can't keep a lot of apps on my main phone that I use to create the videos because it takes up too much darn storage to keep all these apps. So I always have to transfer them over to my other phone. They're really relying on AI. I bet for the takedown channel is such a shame. Well, and that's the thing, like the AI stuff, I've done a little bit of AI. You guys know, but I was like, "Oh, I just don't like AI. It drives me crazy." You know, and everything. And certain things, yeah, but I mean, it does have a bunch of capabilities, right? We're seeing AI popping up everywhere. And then, of course, I thought it was funny to make that song, and that was like shortly after I said how much I hate AI. So, but the thing about AI that we always have to remember, guys, is that whoever is the user is teaching that tool, that AI program, how to react, right? It becomes somewhat intuitive to what we want to hear, and it does craft its responses and validates us. And so when you think about that, it's hard to get an unbiased read off of AI, right? So I'm very reluctant to rely on any of that stuff. But then again, there I go making the baby curl song song. And I'm about to do members only about what is going on with Sebastian per the astrology. End of April, first week of May looks crucial. Oh wow, Jen, thank you for letting us know. Yeah, see, I'm gonna be traveling very soon. Um So I know I need to like get together with you on that. But yeah, that's I think it seems like pressure is building up. And I think a lot of people too, if we continue to put on, and apply pressure in the right spots the right way, I think we could make a difference. Um, oh really? Oh wow. Okay. So Holly says I did a ton of genealogy on Chat GPT. Uh recently. It's amazing how fast it spits out and very accurate. See, I mean, that's why I mean, I don't want to say I'll never use it but I'm reluctant. I am reluctant. Um no, I mean YouTube has its own AI filters. I don't mind clever and creative use of yeah, by folks. Yeah, I mean that's what I mean I like I said, it's funny because I'll say something like that, and then the next thing I know, I'm using the darn thing. But it's funny. I mean, hey, I wouldn't be able to create the songs, and the songs are good, I think. I mean, they sound good. Um, so I don't know, Jen. I don't know. It's just I don't know. I'm not sure yet. I know that we're planning on I know what I'm planning on doing while I'm there, but I'm not sure about the trip. That's what I would be doing, Jen. I would be arguing with Chat GPT all the time. You stupid computer. Ask Chuchi what we did to her Alexa the one night. It was hilarious. It was really funny. We were driving her nuts. She's probably like, I'm never talking, when Lady Freedom's on the phone. There could be more. Grady has put in posters and 30 people in rings. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's always busting people. Sasha always. Grady Judd. He just needs to go around, training everybody. I think it's terrible, but Chat GPT is really amazing. So it's sort of a double-edged sword. Yeah, I can see that, Holly. Yeah, I mean, part of me thinks it would be a good tool if I want to say something and it would word it really well and everything like that. But then also I just don't want to rely on it. And then, but if you're looking for information, it's probably a very good tool. And then I wanted to show you kind of the AI enhanced, what was called on Mob Crew, because he said he used AI enhancements, which, I am interested in that. when it comes to video photos, right? I'm a terrible photographer. I'm horrible. You guys got to see my skills a couple times when I was on location, and I'm not good, as a camera person. But I'm learning. So, but yeah, Jen, I'd be getting in a fight with that darn thing. Like, it doesn't get the astrology correct and it irritates me. Well, I mean, I don't know how it can get everything spot on either. So I hate to just rely on it. But oh, me too. I love when he puts everybody's picture up and then he starts talking all that smack. You're eating peanut butter and jelly tonight in the county jail, he says. Had to take a phone call. Oh, thank you, little Miss Sharon. Oh, I shouted you out earlier. I'm glad you're back. It can also help with plants, decorating a room, etc. Oh, really? Almost threw away a plant today. Come to find out that it was a pepper plant. Oh, all right. So you just asked it what kind of plant it was or something? Or can you take pictures of stuff? See, I don't use it. I do not use it. Right? We were like, no, that's not what we're asking you, Alexa. Chuchi. Answer the question. It's a simple question. We were talking mad smack to Alexa. That's what she gets. She was beating around the bush. Yes. Ooh, let's use it on Yellowcoat's phone. I want to know what kind of jacket and stuff he was using, or that kind of stuff. I think is interesting. Now, the hoodie thing is interesting, right? Like, what kind of hoodie is it? It's a unique hoodie. It's not something that we would all recognize. As a matter of fact, I don't know that anyone can exactly tell us what logo was on the hoodie. We might be able to speculate, but I just don't know. I haven't seen anything where I think it looks remotely close, except for maybe one option. But I know someone who's working on something with that, so I just don't want to say anything yet. But it's close, right? But I think the lettering is unique. Um, the we have a green hoodie. We also have um what appears to be like a white drawstring, right, for the hoodie part. Um, which usually they blend in with whatever the color is. Did they change out that piece to make it different? I mean, I don't know. Where did they get the hoodie? Did they buy it from a garage sale? Some people were saying, "What about a yard sale? Somebody buy that?" I mean, is it important? Is it of importance? Is it from the Navy? And is another one, but Navy is usually blue, right? Like blue. So I'm not thinking green as much. Um, so oh yeah, you want to see the little lady? It's fun. I tried to put myself in the little detective lady. Hold on, she's really cute. She's got a hold on one second. She's got like a little um magnifying glass that she put over. She's animated, but I just took her as a still shot. But yeah, my little detectives up there, they're so cute. I love the blonde one. She's adorable because she's got like the little blushy cheeks and stuff, and she's smoking her little pipe, and um, that's funny. Yeah, Gail, I get mad at the autocorrect too because I'm like, why would you say something like that? I've never even typed that, and it changes it to something I've never typed, you know? Recipes, or excuse me, receipts, Lady Freedom. I can tell it was ingredients I haven't on hand and it will make an amazing meal for me. Um, yeah, I'm sorry. I was thinking receipts and then I was like recipes, so I had it right the first time. Um, thank you. Yeah, send it to me, Holly. Send it to me. Yeah. KP made the comment about aging about out. Guess William was getting too old and Sebastian was younger. Not quite sure what she meant. Oh, speculation allegedly. I know what you mean. Yeah, that guy still stands out to me, right? So I put him in my video again, like where I'm thinking these are the three suspects for Green Hoodie for me. I can't say definitively. The height for Texana is what saves her from being in that group. That was another part that I wanted to show you where Mob had showed it's very similar to what I did, but he did a really good overlay to show that she's a tad taller than Sebastian, right? And we're trying to figure out how tall she is, and we were even like measuring the booth sizes. Okay, she's walking above the booth. How many, how much taller is she than they are? Because Texas Roadhouse is a chain, so we can, you know, get that information online. See, that's something I guess I would use for Chat GPT and ask it that. Um, Yep, just take a picture and it will tell you we did that. Okay, oh, cool. Petting safari too with animals we did not recognize. Oh, that's cool. Oh, neat. Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited about going to the zoo because I haven't been there for a long time. And um, Jen says it's always trying to get me to be cautious. Don't consider ChatGPT like a good friend that gets me. It's modernized in its programming, right? Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, because it's like it is a bit intuitive, but it's not intuitive like the way we want it to be, right? Exactly. Well, and especially with what you do, Jen, is different too, because you put your heart into it and you know it so well. So, Mom said that the AI helped him and said it looks like United States Navy Corps of Virginia, I think. Um, the Navy Corps, US Navy Corps. Well, I know that they have a naval base in Virginia because a lot of my family is Navy. Um, a logo though. Hmm. Yeah, I said Virginia logo. Okay, see, now I'm fighting with this behind the scenes. You guys are not even seeing what I'm seeing here, and I'm still fighting with this darn thing. It's Bing. I need to just download the Google on here. But I usually search stuff on my phone. I don't know, guys. It doesn't look like any of these logos. Okay, hold on, because this is a lot of logos. It doesn't just bring me to one. Ugh, what a pain in the two. Okay. Um, But you would really need to go to searching the stores that sell this apparel, you know what I'm saying? Or, if they sell it at the, on base or something like that. Is that what he's thinking, that it's something they sell on the base? Because I mean, here's all these Navy logos and emblems. Could it be something maybe like that with I don't know. And the strap or the strings are white. Um, I don't know. I just don't like any of these for that. I mean, I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. But I know that like at some of the on base they sell stuff, I mean a lot of different things, right? Um I have no idea. They never said, Jen, and I have their official statement again that I'm showing again. I mean, I've showed it a bunch, and it's like, but making sure we're just not missing something again. I'm like, okay, let's show it. So, all that is unseen. That's so sweet. The drawstring is what I mean. Cinderella says they are purchased with the white. Yeah, some of them come it just depends because 'cause I've seen them both ways. I mean, a lot of times it'll match, but there's times where, so I mean, is that something that's more rare? I think it might be, but it might help us narrow it down. I know, Gail, that's the problem. That's the problem with the green hoodie stuff because the green hoodie somewhat resembles a man from a distance, but then when they get into the Texas Roadhouse and we get a close up look, it seems like they're a woman. Dude looks like a lady. They walk into the ladies' room. I'm like, what is this? What is this craziness? Um, okay, so I'm just gonna put the sound off here, but I put it with a song, in the video. So, we have the Texas Roadhouse again, I was kind of measuring this before to see, how many bricks there were, because it's kind of hard to tell from afar, but I had a good, point of reference for it. So here is Sebastian, right? And Katie. And again, Sebastian is like definitely watching in between the cars, right? I mean, I think everybody can see that clearly. And I don't think anybody is going to, deny that. I don't think so. I know it's Detroit. I didn't think so either because well, and I told you guys I was talking to my daughter today, so like I forgot that Mob was going to come on because somebody had told me he was coming on earlier, so I was like, "Okay, yeah." And then it was like by the time I was off the phone, I had to go back and watch some of the replay a little bit, which was fine. But then I kind of got sidetracked again. And then I went back and I was like, okay, I need to watch again. And I never did see it, but I thought maybe I could have missed it. But we're gonna watch some of it too. Because there's some really interesting topics to go over and discuss. And then I want to show you guys how he did the AI with the videos. So but again, I do have the question, how many people do we think is involved in this, right? I think maybe something that went awry at the Texas Roadhouse. Like something was supposed to go down, but it didn't. Um, I don't know. I don't know if they gathered more footage because there's cameras all around. There's got to be over there, And Detroit says it's still a shim, I guess. Right? I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. It's like, because that's why I even put the other guy in there, you know? So, um, but again, Sebastian's really looking. Here's another one with, the yellow jacket guy and green hoodie, and oddly enough, it seems like they're wearing similar to what Katie was wearing, these shoes. Um does kind of appear that they have white soles and just kind of like a darker color on the top, but it's hard to tell in these because the green hoodies like seemingly moving fast too. Then you get the pixels, but this is a good one because you can see the back of their hair and how it kind of sits, behind their hoodie. Definitely short hair, um, baggy pants, no booty. I just want to point out there's no booty. No, I'm just kidding. We're not dealing with the big booty Judy here. Um, so that's another thing that it's kind of it's not a full body match on Katie's mom for me. Hey Miss Anne, how are you? I know nothing of the hoodie graphic. If we could get a closer look at the graphic, that would be great for AI search. So also, it appears that the hoodie doesn't exactly go all the way up to this person's neckline, which is interesting. Um, yeah, there's a lot to figuring out about that hoodie, and I know people will say, "Well, that really doesn't matter," or, that's not important. But if we can at least identify that, then we might be able to identify a little bit more information coming from that, So Robini says Bob was looking at for a video of the shopping center behind the Texas Roadhouse. I told him to check with you. Oh, thanks, Robini. Yeah, I do have around the shopping center, and then I also wanted to go by the hotel for hindsight and BMW Coupe because they were talking about the hotel. Now, the hotel is not off the table for me. I just wanted to see how many cameras they had. I'm imagining they had cameras on the floor, up in the on the floors and stuff. I've worked in hotels that didn't have very many cameras in the hallways, only at certain points, and then I've also, been places where they absolutely had cameras everywhere at many different points, especially like in the less common areas. So I wanted to check. There was one in the pool. right? Because in case somebody gets hurt in there, so they have it documented, things like that. So you can, go around of the building and you can see the pool in there and you can definitely see a camera. Um, so I got quite a bit of footage. I wish I kind of would have gotten more of around the park as well, because it's just that there, or not park, but shopping center. There's just so much over there too, and so many places that they could have maybe pulled off to, which would kind of broaden everything as well. So, I mean, maybe something did happen before Katie went home, before Stop 30 even, because I think Stop 30, and Jen, I mean, we went there, so I mean, that to me was a big one. Stop 30, just because it's like you pull off and no one can see you once you're down that dirt road. I mean, yeah, if somebody is passing by and they see you, turn in, or if, somebody's going by as you're going down the dirt road, but there's a certain point where no one can see you from the road. No one can see from those houses over there, nothing. So, yeah, I know, in Chesapeake. So on Sebastian's map, I meet him in Chesapeake, Virginia, near the naval base in Norfolk. Yeah, it's in Norfolk. Yeah. I don't think he is there though. Well, and I don't think that Katie's family would be able to hide him at this point, but I just don't know how far law enforcement looked into that family. There's just so many that could be doing harm, on that side. Brenda Calvert says, I felt there was a mistake too. Green Hoodie was not supposed to be seen on camera because something happened there, didn't it, Brenda? I mean, something happened there. The commotion, Sebastian watching like a hawk, right? Either because it's a suspicious person by the car and his mom is going, and, he's very attentive over Katie anyway, even throughout the dinner and walking into the restaurant and that sort of thing. But also the yellow jacket and the other guy turn around. So it was, witnesses that saw, this interaction between Katie. I again, I don't know if yellow jacket doesn't have anything to do with it. Why didn't law enforcement also go check with that person? Because you can visibly see, a commotion between yellow jacket can turns around to see it, so he can see it. And I don't know why they didn't go and question him as to what transpired since there's no audio. So, yeah, I think maybe something happened there. Just before this, Sebastian turned around near at 1824. Oh, near the black cigarette stand and faced KK. Maybe he recognized Green Hoodie. I've wondered about that too. Because again, hindsight was talking, and BMW Cube talked about it, whether he knew, because so as far as I know, I'll back up. As far as I know, and from what Seth has said, Katie and Sebastian have FaceTimed, right? Or kept in contact with Katie's mom. And then also, whenever she was visiting without Seth and Seth was in California, he had to do the wellness check, right? Because Katie left Sebastian with Francis and Suzette Rosenbaum, right? And, we know that Katie's mom is an RSO and she's not supposed to be around children, right? But Katie still left her son, Sebastian, with the mother, right? Even though there was another adult there, Seth was not comfortable with it. And so that caused some issues there. And Katie was upset. And so was Seth, obviously, didn't want Sebastian around that person. Um, so that caused an issue, and that's about what I know and the extent of the relationship. But I think that if Sebastian saw um, Francis Rosenbaum, then he would say he would know, and he might react in a way like, "Oh, I'm not supposed to be around her because my dad said no," type of a thing. Um, so, oh, it's okay, Miss Ann. Oh, hey, I just did 10 for the month, so darn. I know. I wish we could gift certain people memberships. That would be nice. But they just land on random people. If you look closely at KP's phone at the Texas Roadhouse, I swear it's Yellow Jacket Guy. In my opinion, it looks like they might be FaceTiming. It looks like she has two phones in her hand. Like when they're sitting at the booth, like when they're eating Detroit. Like she's talking with Yellow Jacket on a FaceTime call. Hmm. Do you have a timestamp? I might be able to go back and look and see if we can find it. Um, because I know At Night put out those pictures of when she was taking pictures of Sebastian and he didn't know. Oh, uh-oh. Oh shit, Jen. Really? Oh, here's my okay. All right. My one phone is at 14%. Okay, hold on one second. Yes, that's why Katie looks like she's chewing green hoodie out and everyone turned around. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think that caused a big commotion and people turned and they were like, what is going on over there, right? And then also, with poor Sebastian's like watching like a hawk. I believe Sebastian either yelled something at GP or KP is why people turned to look. Yelled something at the green hoodie. Okay. I never seen him move his lips though. I wish we had different angles of this. I want the video raw. I was watching Chef Ramsay earlier. I want it raw. All right. Sebastian would be looking at her sus if he never seen her in person. Well, he did. Yeah, he did. According to Seth, he made the phone call and let his dad know that, he was over there and he knew he wasn't supposed to be by himself. Oh, Jen, thank you for gifting 5 Lady Freedoms Raw Narratives memberships. And if you got a membership from Jen, please say thank you and welcome to the Dragon Tribe. Thank you, Jen. That's so sweet of you. Aw, congratulations, new members. Aw, sweet, Jen. That's so sweet. Miss Ann, did you get one? See, I can never see him unless I go into the other one. Aw. Was that did you get one from mine? Seth got one too. I was like, oh look, Seth got a membership. Yes. Mm. Brenda, audio would be fantastic, wouldn't it? Audio for this video, and I would love to see Katie's face, right? This is terrible. I want to see her face. That sounds so weird. I want to look at her facial expressions, what she's saying, even though we can kind of tell like from her profile, but straight on would be different. So, mm, Cinderella, someone didn't follow the plan. What if, you know, and what if it was because she did have to pee, but I doubt it because she stayed by the car for, or he or she stayed by that car for, you know, a good long time, 2 minutes. If you gotta go, you gotta go. You're not just gonna stand by the car and wait for somebody to come that's trying to get into their car, you know? So, okay, so there's that. And we have to pay attention to 1824. I know you guys were saying, okay, so this is like a compilation that I put together. Katie and her dead eyes. No, but so here's where she's doing that bit with her phone, right? It's like Sebastian's just eating. He's going over to grab something, better not be a roller. Katie's going to go ahead and, slap his hand away, seems like anyway. But either way, this is that picture where she's taking pictures of him. So is this the point where you guys think that is a FaceTime? You know? Hey, Seth. Good to see you. Fastest way to meet your maker, in my opinion. Right? If Green Hoodie is Katie's mom, then she had to have taken Sebastian back with her. She wouldn't come all the way just to deliver a phone. I mean, this is the thing about the phones too, because I'm like, are we getting too much into this phone stuff? Because everybody has phones, but then again, I've always believed that there were burner phones involved in this, whether it was for the planning stages, which I absolutely think that there were burner phones used for sure, right? Because here we have Mr. Stepfoot, claiming that his electronics were just so clean. And he wasn't just talking about Sebastian's, he said all the electronics. So where were they doing their dirty shit at? Because it's just been too long. There's just no way. There's just no way. So, um, I would love to see the video and audio from the Texas Roadhouse to home. Oh, yes, Jen. I would also love to see this proof of life taking the trash out video. Well, the FBI has it, I guess, according to Katie. They have it. And I would love to see it too, because even if it's too, dark to tell, I still want to see it. I absolutely want to see it. You know? Yeah, and Sebastian did not have a phone. Sebastian did not have a phone. Um, and I know you can, like, if you're on a FaceTime, you can flip the phone over. So, but I think they were the pictures that were taken that day or a video, perhaps. Hey, Laura Arnold, good to see you. Welcome in. Yeah, Detroit, isn't that like, I mean, I don't know. I know she snapped a couple pictures because you could tell that the screen changes, you know? But then again, the other person, if she was on a FaceTime, the other person could snap the pictures, fairly easy. I mean, from their phone, they would just screenshot it, you know? If I'd FaceTime my daughter and stuff, I would screenshot it because, like, her and her little dog would be, like, so cute, and I'd just do a quick screen grab or something like that. So I know that works. And I know how it works. I agree, Rob Beanie. A six minutes of talking of a 15-minute drive, super sus in my opinion. I agree. You know? Well, that's a reliable source. Not says Marion. That's funny, Marion. When Sebastian did have his phone, it was so locked down. It was just a glorified paperweight. Yeah, right. Just the calculator. Oh my gosh, that's so ridiculous. That's ridiculous. And especially at Sebastian's age, you know what I mean? Like when they're younger, yeah, I see that. Um, Although these chat functions on these games have got to go. They have got to go. Um, it's ridiculous. Hell no, he couldn't have his phone or they could track him. Right. Well, and then they wouldn't even she wouldn't even let him play the game at the table. When they first get to sit down, Sebastian points at the game to asking, "Hey, can I play?" And she just like gives him the menu, slides it across the table. Here, order your food. No fun today. Like, I mean, people in the beginning, we were all saying, like, sounds like she gave him the best day ever with all this stuff. And it's like, but we see him at the Texas Roadhouse and she's treating him like crap. And we don't even have audio. We can just see what is happening in front of us. And Sebastian's like, "Hey, can I play that?" And eat your food. And then she's over there. What does our friend Sammy say? She's very dramatic with the fork. I've never seen so much drama with the fork before. And I mean, it's true. Did law enforcement ever search the other home they own yet? Other home they own yet? Which one? I don't know of any. I'm beyond ready to see the pea feet, the pea feet doing the perp walk. I mean, Bluegrass Meadows, it's just, in my opinion, they got off very, very easy with all the abuse that was going on, in my opinion. You know, um, and then also with Faith. being there and nothing, no solution or anything to anything that had to do with that. Also, say still an open report or CPS report open, and they let little Faith go over there. Yeah, I'm ready to see it too. I'm ready to see the clinker. Wait till they go to the clinker. In my opinion, GH walking across the parking lot. Um, she has no phone when she goes into the Texas Roadhouse with a phone. Oh, I see what you're saying, Cinderella. We'll have to look at it because, like I said, I know Mob had done some enhancements on it as well as, he pointed out there was another little light. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of good talking points in it, you know? Yeah, right? Right, Jen? Just thinking about that lockdown, I have to catch my breath. I know. It's like it's triggering, especially if you've been under control before by someone and they're just so relentless with it, you know? Slow it down and zoom it. We'll watch it, Detroit. Yeah, because I wanna take a look at it again. Because I got, you know what I mean? I was kind of preoccupied, but with good things, not bad things. I would like to see them do the gallows swing. Sev. She wouldn't do anything to make him smile because that would piss Chrissy boy off. Yeah, well, and it's been alleged that, Chris was getting pictures of Sebastian and how much he ate and stuff like that. What a friggin' jerk. And especially if they carried out a plan for something, like even putting him in a school or something like that. You would think he would lay off him for once, but he wouldn't. I think what Sebastian went through with Chris Proudfoot was relentless, and I think Chris Proudfoot never wanted to step off of that ever. He just was always at Sebastian full force, in my opinion, and we can see it progressing, right? The fall of 22. Then we're going through the year, and then he's in this back and forth with Nina and Faith, and then at the end of the year, it's like again that a pop bottle that you just keep on shaking it up and shaking it more, even a little shake, it's still building pressure, and that's the scary part for me. I mean, that's what worries me. But they were absolutely looking into schools and they were absolutely saying that some of them were too expensive. So did they find a school that wasn't so expensive? Right? Did they find something where they could be like, "Oh, well, he'll work off his room and board. Chris, he needs to man up." I can just hear him now. What a jerk, in my opinion. I can't imagine eating with my son and not really having a conversation. I know it feels nervous to me. Exactly. I know, Jen. I mean, it's just like I don't know when you go out with the kids or, I mean, even when we went out to eat or, any of that, it's just like you you conversate with people, you have a good time, you're laughing, you're talking, you're trying the food, I mean, it's a totally different vibe altogether, and Sebastian absolutely seems nervous and you can see his feet the way in some of these clips where he's even his body language is nervous, and I mess with my fingers too a lot, and I try not to bite them and stuff, and so I know that's part of nerves, and we definitely see those behaviors. So good night, Miss Ann. I'm glad you were here. I know, Detroit. It's really sad to watch the Texas Roadhouse footage. It is. Um, yeah, Lori, I think it was just getting worse and worse on him. I do. I do. And I think the pressure in him was building too because he was tired of it. I think he was definitely tired of it. She had no one, or she has one on her way to the back parking lot and out. Hmm. Well, and what's up with Katie not being able to park? Because it took her a billion tries to park. So Brad says I'm waiting for Chris and Katie's future trial. Yeah, me too. Me too. I know we would hear more from Texana Bandana. Well, hey, I'm just glad that she stayed away from the gathering. What has the Fernando and the bull been running its mouth about? Oh, I worry about faith, says NorCal. I worry about faith and have lost faith in the organizations and legal entities that are supposed to protect the children. I know. It's like, do they just have a handbook for doing things wrong? Because I'm not trying to bash anybody, but my goodness, why do we see this over and over again? And it's not just in Tennessee, it's not just in Florida, it's not just in, Illinois or wherever, California, whatever it is. It's everywhere, unfortunately. Hey Heather Marie, good to see you. Love and light from Southern Indiana. Aw, so good to see you. Thanks for being here. She can't park, Cinderella. I was like, was she tipsy or what was happening? Because, like, I don't know. It's like, imagine having that very nice vehicle and she can't even drive it or park it. She can't park and needs a special placard. Norcal, you hit the nail on the head there. Oh my goodness. Is that why? Because of her parking. She can't drive either. She destroyed my clips. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to laugh. I could just see it. Oh no, she ate the she ate the ramp while having Sebastian. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my goodness. Oh, I was not expecting that. Okay, so is it drinking and driving? Because I'm not saying, but is that what it is? Because I mean, those parking spots are close, but they're not that bad, and that one is a handicap, so it's larger than most, so you would think she'd just be able to get in there. I want to replay Chrissy Poo for all the pain he's given Sebastian just 10 minutes. Should you just want to repay him for that, huh? Crazy bird. Oh my goodness. Mhm. Did they take a class with the McCanns and Casey Anthony? Oh Lord. I feel like they've been watching. I feel like they've been watching true crime cases. Like I said, I think they played the Don and Wells, Candace Canon Dondas, Canon Dondas. Maybe I'll just call him Dondas. Their playbook. Yeah, they sure did. Bo. I was not expecting to read that. So then I read the end of it. I'm like, oh, poor Sebastian. My Lord. Oh my gosh. Oh Lord. Seth? Sebastian said the car was spinning around in circles. Oh my God. Oh, geez. Just the way you said "ate it" too, that made me laugh because I was like, I could just, picture it. Good night, Jen. Aw, good night, Jen. Thank you for being here, and thank you for trying to get Miss Anna membership. That was so sweet. Seth, my God, how did she get a license? Well, I know, that's the thing. I think, that's probably why they kept her with the communication stuff, so that way she wasn't driving anybody. I think she still has it, Brad. I think. I don't know. Um, Anytime I've ever driven past or anything, her van was probably parked in the garage. So, yeah, right. Exactly, Brendan. Now we know about why that handicap parking thing is there. Well, at least now she has an excuse. Hey, Mama, good to see you. So, very interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, that SUV should be evidence. Yeah, amen. I don't know how it isn't. I mean, that's one thing that I wonder about if their cars were processed. Um, you know, because I think that's important. It's an important detail in my opinion. Um, okay, so then we have a couple of other pictures of the green hoodie. So she does, start out at like 6:19 in the parking lot, and then at 6:24 Katie and Sebastian are coming out. So that's kind of like where we're at with the time frame of all of this. Again, Green Hoodie kind of lurking in the bushes type of a thing, like literally. Right. And then here's Tex, right? Here's Tex. Okay, so I went into her freaking live stream and I have proof of it. I showed the receipts and I asked her flat out, I said, "Are you the Green Hoodie?" And she's just like, shut her live down completely. And I was like, "Oh my God." And I was freaking out. So yes. Um, I don't know, but I feel like she's too short. I feel like she might be too short. So that was why that was a big part of like the research too. But I'm just not, I don't know because she does like to wear like baggy pants, right? And she does kind of have that swoop, right? That we're seeing in this photo. You can kind of see it, but again, short hair. Um, this is a pretty good closer view of this. And then again, this scoop, right? Because you could actually see the shirt that she's wearing underneath. So, because you can see in this hoodie, it's close to her neck. This hoodie, it's kind of swooped down a little bit where you can see her undershirt, you know. But she definitely likes to rock out the baggy pants. I don't know. And the bandana. She loves wearing this bandana. So if you ever see her rocking that. Okay. And then also, here's Katie's mom. Katie's mom does not have short hair per se, in my opinion. It seems like Katie's mom likes to keep her hair pulled back, very much like pulled back as much as she can, but her hair is really curly. And so, like, it gets the flyaways. And I have curly hair, so I know what that's like with the flyaways. So, Seth, why does CP have one? Oh, because he has brain damage. Oh, Lord. Oh my God. Bullshit is what it is. What it is with her. Oh Lord. But this is Katie's mom. And again, I think it's so hard to tell between here because of course she's wearing kind of like a little getup with like a belt and whatnot. But again, here's a closer look of how that swoops down. But I don't know, is it connecting with something? I mean, is it really a pullover? Because then again, you can see it over here too. And then you also have this logo that's in question. The logo in question. I wish we had a better, less blurry picture because I mean, you cannot tell who that is. I'm sorry, you know. From this, no, no. And then I'm going to show you guys a closer. Oh yeah, here's Christopher Guy, Weird William. I mean, he is just a little creeper. I mean, really little creepy guy, right? Like this is when he was originally in trouble for hurting children and animals. Real creepy little guy. He likes to smile in his mugshots and everything. Okay, and then again, this is when he looks like the most, but this is the little time frame that we're working here with the Green Hoodie. So 6:18 p.m. coming into the parking lot and then making their way into the Texas Roadhouse at 6:25 after a brief interaction with Katie at the car. And that was at 6:24 roughly, lasted a few seconds, but we're going to look again. But again, here you can see 1824 translate to 6:24 p.m., right? And they're walking out. Sebastian was originally going to go through this way on the other side of the, butt holder, butt dispensary. Um, but then Katie redirects him around the other side where Katie goes that way herself and Sebastian is meant to go around this way. And he does, but he's watching. Like he is watching what's happening, right? This guy, Yellow Jacket, that guy came out with them from the Texas Roadhouse. He came out the door with them and interacted with Katie in the foyer, right in between the doors. And so, with that being said, those two interacted with Katie. So, those two are the top priority, in my opinion. Right now, there may be more. There may be people waiting in the parking lot, things like that. So, here we go with some kind of close up pictures. So, this is when, in 17 seconds. So about 17 seconds, the interaction was, and then here's Green Hoodie, and she's going, yeah, yeah, yeah. And this guy's holding the door open and they're watching. They're watching this interaction. And Sebastian is waiting for Katie to let him in the car, and he's watching her like a hawk still. He's still watching her. I think it's important to pay attention to Sebastian's body language because people on the spectrum are very sensitive to sensory input, and what he is seeing is going to be a great indication of what's happening without having sound. Um, he's finally let into the vehicle, so he opens the door. Obviously, we have the Green Hoodie making their way in, and that's 19 seconds. Okay. So a very brief interaction, very brief. And then yet again, we have the baggy pants, no booty, and no big Tiggo bits, right? We don't have Tiggo bits on the Green Hoodie. The Green Hoodie doesn't have Tiggo bits. She probably has medium bits. Okay? Just pointing that out. All right. And then they're back to usual, whatever they were doing. And then Katie and Sebastian get in the vehicle. Now, rewind it back to 6:18 p.m. Katie and Sebastian are still in the restaurant. Green Hoodie emerges from the bushes. Now, over here is a sidewalk, a little sidewalk pathway in between of the bushes, right? You can go between the bushes if you want to, but it's not recommended. Obviously, there's a walkway put in for a reason, but it's not like the bushes are so thick that you couldn't get through them. But I do believe she emerges from, or he emerges from this area over here. Now, this is where they most resemble a dude, in my opinion. Right. But keep in mind, Katie and Sebastian are still in the restaurant. They haven't paid their tab yet or anything like that. Now, 6:19 p.m., here she is. So, again, she comes over, probably takes her like 30 seconds to walk. And then she's seen, this is Katie's Infinity right here. And the Green Hoodie is walking right into the path of where she's going to lie in wait for Katie. Talking about, I have to pee. Well, if you have to pee, then you're not going to be sitting there waiting. Not for 2 minutes. What are you waiting for? Why can't you go in there directly? But she doesn't. But she never does. So, okay, who is William Guy to Sebastian, and what time is the flight for the Eagles to fly to interrogate this guy? Sasha. I can see us teaming up like that. um so apparently it is a cousin of the guys. I don't know the direct connection. I know I have it somewhere. So I just need to do a little bit of digging into where I've dug before, kind of a thing. But I believe it's one of their cousins, um, in my opinion. So I wish there was audio or someone recording somewhere. I know, I know. Well, obviously, I guess it wasn't a dash cam. Apparently, according to Chris, it was a radar detector. And that's what was recording in there. But people were saying there was only 6 minutes of audio. Um, so I mean that doesn't, there very well could have been something that went down in the parking lot. Now again, there's cameras everywhere. I don't know why they would choose such a public place to do something like that, other than maybe they thought they might blend in. So Valley Gale says it's Mr. Tex in my opinion. I know it's so close. It's just that's the thing, that the height factor. That wave looks like her mom's wave in the video. Happy birthday on mom's video tonight. Ugh. Oh God, that one turns my stomach. We watched that a little bit last night. Oh, Robini. For a pedo to be singing happy birthday to a child, it's just wrong. It's just wrong. It's like them Chester Cheetahs of the world don't need to be singing happy birthday to these kids. It's disgusting. Lover Girl says, if it were Katie's mom, wouldn't Sebastian know her and react differently? I mean, yes, I'm with you on that. I don't know the nature of their relationship, but but it didn't seem to be like someone he knew, like he knew the person. Yeah, and I don't know how he would react. So, no, not Portland, Oregon, Portland, Tennessee. Yeah, he's from Portland, Tennessee. Sasha, that's 35 minutes away. 35 minutes away from Hendersonville. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I don't know. People were saying it was that guy with cancer, but I had a local person reach out to me directly and tell me that is not the person. That is not that man. They were saying he had cancer and he was like keeping, he wouldn't touch anything because got cancer and stuff. And when you have cancer, you try not to expose yourself to germs, because it can wreck you. It can take your life. When he say hello, if he knew her, I mean, I know. I'm thinking the same thing. You know, he's the one in my thumbnail. William Christopher Guy, Creeper, Chester Cheetah, was in a whole firearms exchange in the parking lot of a gas station, and the footage went poof, you know? He was very leery. If he knew who she was and he's leery of her presence, I can see him being leery of her presence because Seth told him that he's not to be alone with her, right? Seth had to have that. That is such a horrible thing for Seth to have to say. Well, you can't be around Granny because Granny is a, nasty old panty sniffer or whatever she is. She's in trouble for that for years and years. So if it was her, I can see where he might be reluctant. But again, I don't know. This just doesn't look like her build. And I'm going to show you guys from that birthday video. Her mom's got some thick thighs. Okay. Now, I'm not body shaming. I'm just saying for the purpose and the intents of, analyzing this. She's got some big thighs, right? She does, and some Tigo bits. So, um, that's a that's part of it. That is part of it that I'm looking at because this person looks flat. This person looks flat, in my opinion, flatter than Katie's mom. So again, 6:19 p.m. Walk emerges at 6:18 over here. Boom, 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 boom. Over here, walking to wait. Walking to wait because she doesn't get to Katie. Katie and Sebastian don't get to the car until 6:24. So what was she waiting for? 6:23. She's chilling, straight chilling. Hold on, let me move that. She's waiting. If somebody's got to pee, right? And I'm not trying to be gross, but they always got to make us talk about these disgusting ass topics. Ugh, true crime is so gross. But, here we are. If you have to use the bathroom, you're going to go in the bathroom. Hey, Tony Fire, good to see you. Oh my goodness, I was just about to rant about the bathroom. Hello, my friend. Good to see you. Aw, it's been a long time. Aw, Lady Freedom can tell you, remember, I told you from day one, Sebastian never got home that night. I knew it would come out. Tony, I'm telling you. I did a poll, and most people don't think that he made it home. That's what's crazy. I can't believe that. I was really surprised because I thought the majority of people would have said, yeah, he made it home. right? But I think the thing that throws us off, like what Jen was saying earlier, is that we've never seen the video of him taking the trash to the end of the driveway, and if you have a chore and you guys are pulling up and it's dark outside and it's super dark in your neighborhood, wouldn't you just like get out of the car like he usually would get out of the car before they went in the garage? And wouldn't he take the can to the end of the driveway and then, happily walk back like he does? The neighbor said it was skipping, but I think it's more of just Sebastian's way that he walks, just very jovially and, you know, uh yeah, it's just so I remember you saying that too, you know. And to top it up, I think Green Hoodie has passed away. Oh, really? Oh, are you thinking it was Chris's? See, that's another person that I forget about. That's another person that I forget about. Um, because I know that they passed. I can't exactly say the date, but it was after December 13th because or excuse me, it was before December 13th, I believe, and then the police tell us that they spoke to the Green Hoodie on December 13th. We're gonna get to the statement, but, here we go, like, this is the Green Hoodie chilling when she's saying she's gotta pee, and nobody that has to use the bathroom that's gonna stop someplace like that is gonna wait. So then Katie comes out, and again, you can't see the timestamp, but it is about that 24 mark. And then Sebastian's like, walking, but kind of looking too. Who is that? Does he know them? All right. So here's another bit of close ups in the timeline. So again, we got 6:18 coming through, gets to the car about 6:19, sits there, right? 20, 21, 22, 23, 24 for 5 minutes, right? And they're sitting there 5 or 6 minutes. They pass by Katie. It takes about 17 seconds. And then they make it into the Texas Roadhouse at 6:25. They're coming through, right? And going towards the bathroom. Here's a little, way to go to the bathroom. And they're turning this corner. And then here she is again, or he. And they're turning that corner at 6:25 to go use the bathroom. I think Mob timed it out for 2 minutes on the bathroom for the Green Hoodie, or maybe even I don't want to misquote, but either way, kind of people are timing this out, right? And I think this is important. I also think the time that the Green Hoodie stood waiting to pee is important, right? Is preposterous as it may sound. I feel that way. So again, we're just kind of perusing this footage, these stills with the footage. This is where I think the Green Hoodie looks most manly. Again, I don't see the boobs that much. Does seem like they're more of like an A line, right? Asymmetrical frame, I guess you could say. Um, and smaller thighs, right? Because they're wearing baggy pants. So the thighs are in there somewhere, but they're baggy. And again, not trying to body shame anybody. It's just the way it appears on camera, and it's heavily pixelated, as you can see. You can't tell what that person's eye color is. You can't tell what their nose looks like. You can't tell I mean, it's blurry as hell, And again, can't really tell what is on the hoodie. We just know that there's long white, um, drawstrings on it. Um, Kind of a hunter green. I haven't quite decided whether I think that the writing on the shirt is a light yellow or white, maybe with yellow around it. It's very difficult. Like I said, I'm open to suggestions because I don't know. Um, I can't really make it out. Yeah, they did tell Dog that it was a woman. They did. Yeah, Robini. And I don't know if it's because they're assuming they used it, or excuse me, they used the bathroom and they went to the ladies' room, because they absolutely went to the ladies' room. Absolutely did. I've been in that Texas Roadhouse. I filmed it. Um, there is a ladies' room. It's a little cove. There's when you go in, you're going to the furthest door is the ladies' room, but right next to that is the family bathroom. And then, if you just go straight back, the men's room is right there, right next to it, but not in like a little cove or anything, just right there. Then there's an emergency exit. So, yeah. Yeah, no. And I don't believe that's who it is. And I got confirmation from someone too that told me that. Oh, I never heard about the fire being at second generation. Oh, good, Gail. I'm so glad the storms that are going through my area, she says, are not as intense right now, just raining. Thanks for all the prayers. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh my goodness. I was like, I can't believe you guys are, because I saw a couple of posts. I think Brooks even posted like, oh, we lost power or something like that. So I was like, wow, you guys are really getting hammered. Like, I mean, it's been very nice here. Oh, really? It was a drug lady that exploded her own home. Woo! Mathematics, mathematics. All right. So here we go. That's sad when that happens. That's horrible. Um, so now again, this is where we get an up close and personal view, and this is where I think it looks like a man robbing, or excuse me, a woman. This is where I think it looks like a woman robbing because, you know, it's more of a feminine look here. I don't know what it is, but then also you see kind of a little bit of a fluffier hairstyle. And I don't know which word to use. Fluffy is just the word that I'm looking at. But then again, their head is flat. And again, we have, something to that. And this is where you can also see where the hoodie looks like it's coming down, and you can see that they're wearing shirts underneath their hoodie. All right. Again, it's so freaking blurry and it drives me bananas. It really does. It drives me bananas. So I want a good picture. I want a good profile. I want a profile, a straight on view, and another side of a profile. That sounds like a mugshot. Yes, I would like mugshots, but no. Because you can't tell, guys. I mean, nobody can give me a picture and put another person's picture next to this and tell me that they know who the green hoodie is. No way. I'm sorry, no way. Even this one, look, it's so blurry. But again, you can see that flat head. And in some of these pictures, this person in question looks like they have red hair, and in some of it looks strawberry blonde to very blonde. It drives me bananas, right? I want someone to tell me who the green hoodie is. I really do. I want to figure this out because it's just crazy. But again, we can also see that the hoodie is kind of faded, and she's also wearing like those weird kind of colored jeans also that are kind of, I don't know, looks like a getup that she got at this, you know, thrift store. Not that you can't buy cute clothes at the thrift store. I'm not saying that. Don't come for me. But I'm just saying she kind of looks like she got this faded ass outfit from a thrift store. Okay, so again, this is the green hoodie, passing by Katie, going in. Again, just wanted to show you guys the close-ups. All right, now this again is the green hoodie going back through. This is 6:29 p.m. So the green hoodie is going back through. So we see them rounding the corner. They probably make it to the bathroom. It's still probably 6:26. So I would say about 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and they're out the door and already making their way through. Now, this is where we're going to kind of come into Mob Crew when he's showing us this video that he's been working on. Now, at 6:30, says green hoodie begins running toward the top left before vanishing. And there's headlights, right? to the nearby headlights. But again, this was put out from At Night a long time ago. So At Night was telling us that the green hoodie was hauling ass, just like Mob was telling us about. So this is, it's not new, but it's just we're able to see it a little bit better with that AI enhancement. All right, and again, this is from Sheriff Craddock and Thomas Greer. We got Sheriff Snuggle Struggles and Chief Deputy, right? Deputy Dog. All right, so here we go. For immediate release, December 13th, 2024. We want to address the recent speculation surrounding the individual seen wearing a green hoodie near Texas Roadhouse in relation to the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers from Hendersonville, Tennessee. We understand the community's concern and the desire for answers in this case. Today, detectives interviewed the person in question regarding their presence on the night of February 25th, 2024. So that day, on December 13th, 2024, detectives are alleging that they spoke with, I can't believe I'm saying detectives are alleging, because I try to have trust and faith in them. And I hate to say it, but I have to allege here. Hey, Sammy, good to see you. Detroit hot windy mess here too. Oh no, Sammy. Aw. The Roadhouse don't know her. Right? Crazy Bird, exactly. All right, so they're saying we can confirm that after a thorough discussion with this individual, there is no evidence linking them to Sebastian's disappearance. So how can you tell that from a thorough discussion with an individual? So they brought Green Hoodie to the station, or what? Did they go knocking on Green Hoodie's door? How did they find Green Hoodie? Who is Green Hoodie? What, when, why, where, and how did they clear Green Hoodie? Okay. And what about Yellow Jacket? If you're so concerned with what, we want answers, then what about that? All right. So we appreciate the vigilance and cooperation from the public and all those involved in the search for Sebastian. Well, you weren't a part of that because you guys didn't give us any kind of nugget. You guys gave us the wrong picture for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And I have to, guys, I have to point this out. And I know I do it all the time, but I need them to see that there is something wrong with their reality, with their narrative. And that is that they put out, and this is the TBI that put this picture out originally to make us think that this was Sebastian and Katie at the Texas Roadhouse, when instead it's everything else behind me. It's Katie in his face, doing weird things, looking in weird directions. Look at that. So, no, that TBI narrative is false. This is the reality. This is the reality right here. So please stop. Stop already. Okay. Now they go on to say, oh, here we go. Haha, of course, with this crap. We encourage everyone to continue providing any pertinent information that could assist in the ongoing investigation. However, we also urge the community to approach social media rumors with caution, and as misinformation can distract from the real efforts to find Sebastian. Okay, so we've also learned and talked about at length the fact that when you say something and you go on about, we encourage the people and do this and that and the third, right? And then you say, however, that's just like saying but. So you might as well just scratch all that, and that you're just urging us to not listen to social media and all of this because there's misinformation. Well, I think you're giving us misinformation, and you have from the beginning, and so has the TBI. And I can prove it. I can prove it, Sheriff Craddock, because isn't it your office that did this little shit fuck shit over here? I think it is, right? Have you seen me? The TVI left it and zoomed in on Sebastian's face so we can see him more clearly, but then us citizen sleuths online realize that there's bruising on Sebastian's neck. And so you just take it upon yourself to slap a big "Have you seen me" in black logo right over his bruising. Now who's spreading misinformation? Sorry, it's not me. All right. So, the search for Sebastian Roger. Oh, and by the way, everybody gets it wrong from time to time. We're all human, but this is deliberate. The two things that I just showed you are deliberate. They're not accidental. They're not like, oh, I got the wrong info. Whoops, I'm sorry. That's, scratch that. Let's correct it. No, none of that. It's BS. It is just BS. And we can't trust what they say because they've lied their asses off. So the search for Sebastian Rogers remains our top priority. Really? When have you searched last, Craddock? Because this is December 13th of 24, and the last search was prior to that. Prior to the last press conference. April 2nd was the last press conference. So since April 2nd, right? May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, you had said nothing. Nothing. And your boy over there, Detective Carter, has said nothing. We don't even know what his thoughts are, and he's never come out and ever said anything about Sebastian, ever. So spare me with that crap. You guys are waiting for someone else to find him. You're not looking. You're not searching. It's not your top priority, in my opinion. And we will continue to pursue all leads with the utmost diligence. But you just set up here that you don't want misinformation, right? And you don't want the pertinent information because you did a however right there. You did a big but. We ask for continued support and patience from the community as we work together to bring Sebastian home. Whatever. To provide tips, please contact the Sumner County Sheriff's Office of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. Thank you for understanding and support. For our understanding and support. Okay. Well, because I don't understand, but I wanted to also add this in here because I saw this and I wanted to kind of revisit and remind you guys about this. So this was September 8th, right? And Dog and his team were trying to get a hold of Katie and letting her know, if you fear your husband and want to speak in private away from him, reply with the number 2 and then delete the text. Then call this number when you're away from Christopher. We will be coming Tuesday to speak with him. And then you see the response, and it was about an hour and 15 minutes later or so. Or I'm sorry, not even an hour later. My bad. Any communication to myself or my husband should go through law enforcement. Contact them, not us. Right? So she's refusing to speak to Dog, who's trying to help find Sebastian. I'm here to tell you, if my child was missing and Dog the Bounty Hunter wanted to help me find my child, I would contact him back. I would say, Dog, sir, I am not afraid of my husband, but I would like to speak with you. She does nothing like that. You know, Robbie, I love that little emoji. That's so true. Exactly. It's like, what the hell? Contact them, not us. Don't come on my property. I own it. I own it. My husband will yell at you over FaceTime, you know, type of a thing. All right. So, another correspondence that I picked up. There was a voicemail, a completed call, right? Nick and Dog the Bounty Hunters High Risk Fugitive Task Force. Consider this your formal and only message from my wife, Katie, and myself. Here's Crispy. Do not, for any reason or circumstances, contact us in any way again. If you need to contact us, you need to reach out to Sumner County Sheriff's Office or Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter. Chris and Katie Proudfoot. Okay, so if Dog wants to speak to the parents of a missing child, he should contact law enforcement? What the hell? What the hell? That makes no sense whatsoever that you wouldn't say, "Thank you, Dog, for looking for my son." None of it. Why wouldn't you, as Chris, get back to them and say, "Hey, I'd like to have a conversation with you. I understand you're trying to help find our son." They don't do anything like that because Crispy isn't a stepdad. He's a stepfoot, a stinky, dirty, nasty stepfoot. You hear mothers, the evil stepmothers. What about the evil stepfathers? That man is just foul, you know? So Tony Fire says, in my opinion, Sebastian was transported in that RV, chucked like trash next to the road, all to the way to California. Oh, those vehicles were all sold. No evidence could be found because they were not searched. Well, I can't believe they didn't search Katie's work van, especially because that one camera on the corner house was fried, you know? And I mean, I've thought about that too with the RVs, Tony, because that has always been something that was kind of strange, as well as them switching out the RVs and things like that, you know? Everything she does screams guilt. Lover girl, how about it? How about it? I mean, why wouldn't you just message? I would message Dog back. I'd be like, I understand that my husband hasn't put the best a public persona out there, right? Or something like that. But she doesn't even do that. She knows. She knows. Yeah, I wonder what they're getting out of it. I'd like to ask Sheriff Craddock that. I really would. Hey, Ann Brock, good to see you. And Andrea is here. Good to see you, Andrea. Yeah. It makes you wonder, doesn't it, Crazy Bird? It does. He is a jackass. He is a jackass, Detroit. He sure is. He's a total freaking jackass. All right, so here we go. Here we go with Mr. Foot and Katie Foot and their shenanigans. All right, so now there's going to be another little bit here. And I don't know, guys. I'm sorry. I thought this focused in a little bit more. So we're not even going to like really read what's on here unless it's in focus. I just realized that. So I apologize. Um, but just seeing from afar, uh, you see Katie, sorry, and then you can see the green hoodie here. You can see their drawstrings hanging down. You can see the drawstrings, and then we have Sebastian again looking, Katie approaching the green hoodie, and she's not moving out of the green hoodie's way. She's just approaching her head on. As well as another photo where Katie is coming up and the green hoodie is standing there waiting. And this is when we see the commotion. The first bubble is going to be green hoodie, second bubble Katie, and then again. Right? So it's a zoomed in photos. And again, you can see Katie put her hand on the, I guess it would be the door of the vehicle. Okay. And again, green hoodie going, yeah, 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 putting her hand up at Katie. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then again, she puts her other hand up and she's going, yeah, to hell with you, and walking by. Again, just my interpretation. So this is where I told you guys, Nick the Hat comes in to Mob Cruise Live tonight, right? And he's like, green hoodie and yellow raincoat aren't cleared. And I'm like, what? You know? Hey, KJ Mack, good to see you. So yeah, isn't that something? Isn't that something? And I guess that's the that's the pointer right in his eyeball. But yeah, he looks pissed, doesn't he? Boy, he doesn't like it when he's being asked questions about these cases. He's fine to talk about it when he's campaigning. And again, this is another picture of the green hoodie kind of full on closer to the camera. I don't know why it's so blurred. Again, we can see this guy perfectly. We can see other people walking through and their facial expressions, can't see her. I don't get it. And once again, not cleared. Not cleared by me anyway either. By the way, I'm nobody, but I'm just I'm just a true crime YouTube person. I'm like, they're definitely not cleared in my book. They're on the list, you know? So they are on the list. So again, green hoodie hauling ass, the whole nine. And we're gonna see it too again coming up here. So got my little Jessica Lansbury in there. All right, and this is the guy. I know, Crazy Bird, you were asking about William Guy. See, this is him. This is his most recent, right? He was again in trouble for hurting little children. Again, a Chester cheetah. Um, you know, PDFs or whatever the one girl called them. I don't know if it's a mean interaction, Sammy. That's a good question. It seems heated. Like there was some kind of commotion. Detroit says she does 100, 100, 100, 100. So, yeah, it's always them ones with the baby curls, guys. Watch them. Look, this one's trying to sneak out and try to show us. And, you know, this one, he tried to comb it over. I don't know what this whole deal is. This is something I've never seen. Either way, we got the baby curls. And there's our beautiful Sebastian. Where is he? How are they clearing people? This is the street lined with cars, tents, the day that Sebastian was reported missing. I even think it might have been from a couple of days after, actually, come to think about it. I think that is day 5. I just want to pull that in and show that to you. Again, this is one of the original flyers, right? And they had to change some of the information on it. And then we see TBI, SA Bobby Simmons, 1-800-TBI find a generic phone number for him. Can't get a hold of him directly. Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Detective B. Carter, right? And then it just gives again the generic number. All right, and again, here's Sebastian. He was wearing some black framed glasses, allegedly, like these ones right here. There's his snake brownie. This is Bledsoe Youth Academy, where they were thinking about sending Sebastian. Really rough joint. You guys, look at that. I'm surprised they don't have like the barbed wire and stuff, and yeah, you know, on the top. Not exactly a kid-friendly place, in my opinion, you know. Alrighty. So here we have Mr. Proudfoot getting in Seth's face. Again, didn't attend the vigil, just got in Seth's face. Where is Sebastian Rogers? Okay, and that's all for that. Andrea says it's so frustrating, all these cases unsolved. In my opinion, a lot of those ones unsolved are a failure by LE. Sebastian, Lily, Jack, Summer, Devlin, in my opinion. I know, Andrea, they're just missing something, aren't they? And then to know that, again, I do, um, have faith in law enforcement in Devlin's case, but they did miss the bar when they didn't collect that footage from Carl's supermarket, in my opinion. So that's sad to know that they didn't do that. Okay, I do not want the chat replay. Let's see what we could do here. Okay, let me go ahead and share this screen and do this. All right. So again, I'm going to get to a certain part of this. Because some of it's going to be from what we did last night. Oh, that's a crazy pic. Hold on. Oh yeah, there's a Oh, looky there. I didn't realize that he had this in the beginning. There's Katie and Chris. Sorry. That was from the Bullhorn Betty trial. All right. So let's kind of skip ahead a little bit. Okay, here we go.
Like, sometimes, there's so much footage, right? Like, how do you just, again, this is what, like a month out, right? Like, how do you know they weren't followed? Again, assuming if they were innocent, like, wouldn't you want to just like, yeah, we need to have as many eyes on every, camera, and see if there's anybody that's eyeballing them. But no, they dismissed that right away.
And they said that the cameras were shit, that they weren't really able to see a whole lot of anything.
Showed Seth a clip of it after his little "I haven't seen proof of life" comment, even though he had.
Yeah.
Which did he tell you about?
Oh, Katie.
And, the reason I'm playing this is because you can see how much, and I've mentioned this before, but I just feel like this is a good precursor to show how much they want to reiterate the proof of life that he made at home. Like, that is, again, I mentioned this in the last live. If you listen to that interview with Heather, speaking with them, trying to get the timeline, you're going to hear proof of life. I'm sure if I had time, I would love to look up like how many times they mention proof of life, because that comes up a lot, as if they are trying their hardest to say, look, he made it home.
Yeah, and they were very bothered by that. If you guys remember, they were very bothered by Seth saying, I didn't get to see proof of life. I want proof of life for my son. Right? Why are they so bothered about that? Why wouldn't they just give Seth the audio from him coming home and say, look, I would give that to my ex-husband. So what's the problem? I don't get it. They're obviously hiding.
About what?
That his little comment, he hadn't seen proof of life since Friday or
Insinuating
or Thursday or Friday when I last saw or heard from my son.
Yeah, I'd heard about that comment.
Texas Roadhouse. They showed when they walked out of Texas Roadhouse.
Yeah.
He has seen a video of Sebastian at the fucking house Sunday night taking the fucking trash out.
Right.
From inside my car.
Okay.
And there's audio from inside my car, says Katie. There's audio from inside my car. Then why don't you give it to Seth and let him listen to it? Right? And Seth did see the trash video. He never said he didn't see it. What he said was that he couldn't tell if it was Sebastian or not. Everybody that saw that video said that they couldn't tell whether it was Sebastian or not. They can't tell who it is because it looks more like a silhouette. And we're going to see that type of silhouette tonight when Mob starts showing us this video.
Texas Roadhouse, green hoodie. If you're here yesterday, we'll go over a little bit of what I found yesterday, but I found equally, if not more, today. And I think it's even, in my opinion, it's even bigger. But I think it just, with what we found yesterday, I think this just adds even more. But I was just like, holy shit, how did we not see this? I promise you, it'll come, but we need to kind of go in order here. You know, put this timeline of Green Hoodie, the approach. So here we are. Green Hoodie is approaching. Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time, with them between the car because, people have broken that down a bunch and done amazing work. I'll show it a little bit, but we're not going to focus too much on that. We're really going to focus on Green Hoodie, before they come and as they come, and then when they leave, because there's a lot going on. So one of the first things we need to take note is there's a good 2-3 minutes. I forgot to time it, but this is before Green Hoodie pops out. Now, this is important because, as a matter of fact, let me just quickly here. Okay, give me 1 second here. Man, I wish they would go back here. It's been we're in 2026. I can't believe they have not been back here. Let's see. Yeah, this will work right here. So anyway, so we're looking here, right? Obviously, we're back here. Texas Roadhouse, again, it wasn't there in 2002 or 2022. Excuse me. And obviously the camera would be over here, and so we're looking past the bushes, but we can only use this. But so when Green Hoodie comes along, and I'm going to use she, and if you feel like it's a man, we're all entitled to our opinions. But I'll often probably refer to it as a she. Green Hoodie comes this way and uses this sidewalk, right? Now, I wanted to look because this is really important to see before she showed up if we would have seen her walking this direction, right? And if you saw my video yesterday, then you understand why I point that out. But we don't. We don't see Green Hoodie anywhere. We don't see any individual walking over here, right? So we are looking. My dyslexia is going to trip me up here. Okay, so north is that way, right? That's north. That is north. Okay, so this is east. Okay. So, nobody coming from the north. No activity. And eventually, Green Hoodie is going to pop out from the south. Now, that's important for when Green Hoodie comes back out because she does not come back, or she does not originally go back to where she allegedly came from, which is interesting. Well, here we are. We got Green Hoodie. Real quick here. Sorry. Make sure everything is going on. Oh, good. We got Jennifer. Yeah, sorry, Jennifer. I meant to text you. Yeah, Pocahontas is out, so we had Coop come in temporarily to help out. We weren't sure how many people would be here, so okay. All right. So now we know that she sits behind the car, obviously, and waits for about just under 2 minutes. Obviously, super sus. I have not studied this with the new AI enhancement. This video part here, I don't think is AI enhanced. Again, and when I say AI enhanced, it's not going to be like, oh my God, it's like 4K, right? Because, the video itself and the camera is an older camera. Not, I don't think it was made for, 1080p. I'm not sure. So we know that Katie leaves. She puts her phone in her right pocket. We can see it because I think something gets switched out. Then there's an exchange, which, so many people have gone over. So we're not really going to focus too much on that. But we know clear exchange. If this was some complete stranger, why is Katie just immediately walking up instead of waiting for this lady who's allegedly just needs to go use the bathroom? Why don't she just clear the lane, wait for them, and then? But no, Katie engages as if they know this person, which again, and you can tell Sebastian is looking at this person as if almost like he recognizes her, or he's kind of dumbfounded. Obviously I can't speak for him, but
Well, and again, this is why I want the real video, guys. This is why I want the raw video, because you can't tell. And they didn't zoom in on Green Hoodie, and they, or excuse me, they zoomed in on her, but you can't tell her head's cut off here and that sort of thing. I really wish that we were able to have a better look at her or him. And then also the shoes. You see the shoes right here, a little bit closer look, but it's still so hard, very heavily pixelated and blurred, in my opinion.
The facial expressions definitely are interesting. So this is where it gets interesting. We think there was some kind of exchange. Potentially a burner was given to Katie. Now, watch what happens. We're not going to focus on Katie yet. Let's see. Which one do I do? Oh.
Hey, wait a minute. Was Katie just smiling there when she got in? Hold on a second.
I've gone over this before. I'm going to show the AI enhanced one again. Don't think it's going to be something super special. But you can see her turning her face. Yeah, I think this is the AI enhanced one. A little bit smoother. Just after she puts on the seatbelt. She looks down, she grabs something, has something in her hand, and then right earbud, and then she goes left, right there. She does the left. It almost, why it blurs right there a little bit is because that's where the dash cam's at. So I think, because of the distance and everything, when it's darker and stuff and there's motion.
Yeah, it's definitely the motion. Dang, I'm gonna have to go back and look at that and see if I can't grab a screen grab of that.
And you don't have like a 1080 4K camera, pixels are going to start kind of just going wacky because they can't comprehend what the information that's, going on.
All right, here we see that right there we go, guys, right there. So again, you see Katie go and put her hand right here. But again, you can't see what's going on this side. And then you could also kind of see the Green Hoodie putting a hand out too. And again, Sebastian's watching very intently.
So anyway,
as the literal, which I didn't, they know, they literally know the after it was
Sebastian.
So we have that.
So
has the literal to the
and again, that dash cam is right there. It's since it's black, it kind of just
came directly from law
but there's
we're not breaking that.
You can actually see it really good. I keep forgetting when they pull in, that's actually when you can see it because it's daytime and you can see the black because it's kind of more on the passenger side, on Sebastian's side where that dash cam's at. Anyway, I just wanted to add that in because I think some people have asked about that.
And
they got the timestamps.
That route I took,
Okay. So we think now she's getting instructions. So that's the first part. But let's get to the meat and potatoes and a lot of new discoveries in this. And I promise you it'll be worth it. Honestly, the identity is not, to me, is not even the biggest thing. I mean, it's big, but And yes, we are not literally, but like I said, we're fed up, and I feel like we need to go for the jugular. Not literally, but anyway, I digress. Let me just catch up real quick so I don't get behind here. KK and Crispy's voices are like laxatives. Chris, you're amazing. Thank you for your endless work. Thank you, Joe South Oz. God bless you. It is my honor and pleasure. We've got. I'm just gonna go Gurley. I'm sorry I can't see that first part. It's a little small. Gurley, thank you so much for the membership. We got Sharon Edwards. Thank you so much for over a year of support. Wild Horse, I haven't watched you in a while, but you are like a dog with a bone. You have no quit. Thank you for all your work. That is so awesome. I appreciate that. That means a lot. It means a lot. It really does. Yeah, like 2 years working just on a 3 a.m. video that's, 2 minutes. But it's all that hard work's finally paid off. Again, there's so many other people that help me, so it's not just me. Sensei, thank you for all the support and what you do modding. Praying we get answers soon. Love, Chris. Thank you so much. Strangler, Snarky Chris. Thank you so much, Strangler. He'll come out the end here. And we got Kelly here. Thank you for being Sebastian's voice. Thank you so much. Again, we are Sebastian's voice. And Kiki says, thank you for your hard work. Thank you so much, guys. All right. Okay. Now let's get to oops. Sure. Okay. All right. So we're gonna have some new stuff, a little bit of old stuff, but I promise you we're gonna drop some bombshells on what this green hoodie person does when she gets back there. That I can't believe we missed it. But again, as you can see, it's a little bit cleaned up with the AI. Again, I guess I should have done like a before and after. But as you can see, it looks a lot. Again, you can't. You can only put so much lipstick on a pig, right? I don't know if that's the best analogy, but you know what I'm saying, right? But it does look a lot better. Again, that doesn't mean that we can zoom in on every single pixel and enhance it. Again, there's, because of the camera, there's only so much information that's stored in it that can be kind of manipulated. And AI is getting better. Because if you remember when they did the AI with At Night, and again, I'm not pooping on them or anything, but you'd notice like the numbers and stuff were kind of bigger. They'd kind of blend together because that's what AI.
I mean, I think this is a much cleaner version of the footage, in my opinion. And again, not to discredit anybody else's work or anything, but this is really, as Chris likes to say, not good Chris, bad Chris, Mr. Chris, crystal clear.
Does it smooths out the pixels and before it kind of overlaps stuff, right? Okay. So what does she do when she goes in? Because I don't think we had this yesterday.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And
okay.
I said that in an interview a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is the timing. Okay. This is okay.
Law enforcement does not want that information out there. I am not releasing.
This is Chris beginning ask. Okay. We will go back to what she's doing. What I have here, and I'm just going to go full screen real quick, guys, so you guys can see it better. I just kind of wanted to show you guys how long she was in there. So let me go full screen. Should be still able to hear me. So as you can see, she opens the door at 6:24, and I put it at 20. Let's see. It's 20. I had it at 25 seconds. kind of rounded it out, but not a big deal. But basically, there's like a 5-minute difference. That's her going in, and that's her coming out. So there's about a 5-minute difference, and it takes her. And the reason I played this next part is it takes her 52 seconds approximately to walk inside.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And I said that.
Which means we can kind of cancel out about 2 minutes worth of her walking in and out. So that means she spent roughly about 3 minutes in the ladies' bathroom. So take that with what you will. But I just wanted to show
in an interview a long time ago.
And then this is Crispy getting asked about the green hoodie, which this will come back towards the end when we talk about the potential identity.
Law enforcement does not want that information out there. I am not releasing it. It's just know the last time I saw Sebastian was early February. An interview a long time ago.
And then this is Crispy getting asked about the green hoodie, which this will come back towards the end when we talk about the potential identity.
Law enforcement does not want that information out there. I am not releasing it. It's just know the last time I saw Sebastian was early February until I came home February 26th. That's all I can tell you.
Okay. I understand.
Now, this
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I was muted. Okay, so what I was saying is that Chris talks about how he saw Sebastian. Well, he didn't get home from Memphis until about 1:30. He said he was rolling into Nashville at 1:30, right? And it takes probably about maybe 20 minutes or so, I think it is, um, roughly, to get from Nashville to Hendersonville. I could look an exact up on my phone, or you guys just let me know in the chat. But it's not far. They're right by Nashville. And so he didn't get home until 1:30. Did he stop off somewhere and see Sebastian on the way home, or what? Because that's odd that he's saying that he didn't see Sebastian at all since early February until the 26th. Let's just listen to that one more time. Let's back that on up.
Inside.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And I said that.
Which means we can kind of cancel out about 2 minutes worth of her walking in and out. So that means she spent roughly about 3 minutes in the ladies' bathroom. So take that with what you will. But I just wanted to show
in an interview a long time ago.
And then this is Crispy getting asked about the green hoodie, which this will come back towards the end when we talk about the potential identity.
Law enforcement does not want that information out there. I am not releasing it. It's just know the last time I saw Sebastian was early February until I came home February 26th.
Until I came home February 26th. He doesn't say that he came home in the afternoon, right? So he could have came home that night after midnight. at 3 a.m.
So that means she spent roughly about 3 minutes in the ladies' bathroom. So take that with what you will, but watch her right hand.
Sorry.
Potential identity.
Law enforcement does not want that information out there. I am not releasing it. It's just know the last time I saw Sebastian was early February until I came home February 26th. That's all I can tell you.
Okay. I
Now,
understand.
this green hoodie guy, do you know anything about that?
Okay, now this is AI enhanced.
Katie...
As you can see, it looks a little bit better. This is the AI enhanced one. Again, it's, it's not 4K, but it does make it a little bit better. Now you're going to notice, and it'll replay a few times, but watch her right hand. She is going to pull out a phone right here.
Okay, guys, so we're going to watch that, but I just want to point out, too, I love how Chris put that in here. I love how he put it over the, Texas Roadhouse video where we have no sound. He slips up a lot, doesn't he, Lover Girl? PTSD thinks the same. Yeah. Yeah, he's slipping up. They're sloppy. I'm here to tell you. I think he's talking about either on his way home or quite possibly at 3 a.m. because that would be the 26th, right? We don't want to play semantics there, Crispy. You're not being very crystal clear there, Chrissy Pissy. He also doesn't know what model year of his truck. Detroit, I mean, what guy doesn't know this? BS. I know, right? I mean, even ladies that have, little cars and stuff, like, you have to know what car you drive. I mean, it's just make, model, color, and that's all Nancy Grace was asking for, right? KJ Max says CPU will try to only give information he wants you to believe. Now, what actually is semantic man? That's the narc playbook. Oh, so true. Oh, well said, KJ. Well said. Yeah, all in my opinion as well. Our opinions match like perfectly. Wow. Yep, narc playbook. Exactly. He does. He goes with the dirtiest of the dirty playbooks, and those are his, go-tos. So, yeah, well said. Crazy Bird says Chris thinks he's intelligent. That's the delusions of grandeur, which also couple with what KJ Mack is saying, the playbook for narcissists. Totally. Chris thinks he's intelligent, laughing my ass up. He is a complete idiot. I agree. I'm not going to release that yet. Oh, who the hell are you? Again, delusions of grandeur. Every time he opens his mouth, his idiocy shines through. Crazy Bird, spot on. You guys are on it tonight. I'm telling you. Um, he's so dumb. He also went to school meeting for the first week of February, correct? He certainly did, according to the teachers. And I'm more keen to believe the teachers. I mean, it was the teachers that came out and said, don't be fooled. If you look at Sebastian, you can't tell that he has any deficits. So if you're looking for somebody who looks autistic, good luck, because that's not what you should be looking for, right? I mean, she flat out told everybody on day 5. She said, she describes Sebastian in the way of, someone who wants him to be found, not in the way that Chris and Katie are. So I would definitely go with the teachers, and I do believe that that school meeting, the teachers were taken back, for lack of a better way to explain it, by the fact that, Chris and Katie are blaming Seth, and Seth has Sebastian every other weekend for problems in their household that he's experiencing throughout the week. Right? So I heard that they were quite taken back by that and the lack of self-awareness and, accountability on oneself, um, because it was their household that was having issues, not when he was going to visit Seth. And some people could say, well, wherever they spend the majority of the time, there's more, issues for that. But no, I believe that Katie and Chris were making it hell on Sebastian. I do. 5 CPS reports, one still open, We are talking about 5 CPS reports in the span of 17 months. Excuse me, 16 months. Um, we add the 17 because they moved into that house on Stafford Court. So that's why I kind of put that into the timeline, because I think that the most stressful times in people's lives is when they move, you know? It is. It's very stressful, especially with me working in real estate. I know that, right? And so that could have been a stress on Sebastian because of his autism and because he's used to one environment and they're putting him in a different one. And so that's going to cause some stress. And maybe it was an easy transition. It was smooth for him, but I don't know that it was. There was some talk about him not really adapting well in terms of he liked the house in White House, right? They lived in White House, so not the White House, but they had a house there, and he liked it there. And so that could have been a very rocky transition for Sebastian. And then, of course, Chris is a big baby with pissy pants, and so he can't handle change either. And don't make me feel bad for Katie, but if I'm looking at that situation, I can't help but feel bad for her. Um, dealing with that bullshit, again, that narcissistic baby shit. He knows everything, but yet says nothing. Exactly, my PTSD. Exactly. Exactly. Every man on earth knows what kind of car they drive. Sasha. I know, usually they brag about that kind of stuff, don't they? Knows what kind of car they drive, unless he is also. Well, don't give him an excuse there, Sasha. Don't give him an out, unless he has Alzheimer's. They will even eventually remember. Yeah, really, exactly. Yeah, they have trouble with the past. KJ Max says, for example, if he says, I haven't seen him until X date, he hopes you focus on haven't seen him, but it could be about the date, the time, and even that he didn't see him with his eyes, narc games. Well, and that's true. He has played, and that is what he likes to call semantics. Exactly. That's exactly what he calls semantics. Or, oh, you have to ask me the right question. Well, F you, answer the first one I asked you. Let's start there first, Crazy Bird says, why would Ellie care if he told anything about the timeline or any questions asked? They wouldn't. If it doesn't affect the investigation, they were really investigating. Well, and I think that there's certain things that maybe from a parent of a missing child, they might hold close to the vest and not want to tell everybody. Um, even people and families that I've talked to have said, I'd appreciate it if you didn't share this information, right, about certain things. And I get that. So like I understand holding some things close, but I also think that he is hiding behind that, right? Or saying like law enforcement doesn't want me to say anything, which they can't. I mean, they can't advise you to do that. That first of all, they're not a lawyer. And many of them, if you ask a police officer those types of questions, they'll be like, well, I can't advise you because I'm not your lawyer, but they kind of help you out in a way if they're being, kind or whatever, or if they have general knowledge of it. But typically they're not going to tell you, you can't do A, B, and C because they don't have the authority to tell you what we can say or not, us being Americans. Um, so I mean, they can't just tell you. And you could absolutely tell information. Now, if a police officer says this is something that should be held close to the vest, but when Chris is referring to whether he was home during the month of February or not, because that is the question at hand, and he's playing semantics in narcissistic games, as KJ Mac was saying, with that question. That's not something law enforcement gives a shit about. Actually, law enforcement would probably rather the families look good in the public eye so they don't have to deal with the backlash that comes around with so many people hammering away at them all the time. They're guilty, they're guilty, they're guilty. I think Sumner County knows damn well they're guilty. I would be an idiot myself to try to push that narrative that they don't, right? Because they're law enforcement, they have to. So then it kind of shifts my way of thinking a little bit. Well, why would they not arrest these people yet? Right? What is in it for them to keep the the proud feet, excuse me, out, right? And then deal with their backlash. What's in it for them? Because it can't be fun. Do they not have enough evidence? Or again, is it what they told us at the gathering? We're waiting to find the one clue. The one clue, in my opinion, is Sebastian. So, but they're waiting to find it. They're not looking for it. It's a big issue. It's a big issue.
Explain, or can you explain why this
go.
gentleman was next to the car? What that
And
actual, like, what was happening
boom.
in that footage? Is that footage correct?
And she's going to look down right after, right here. Boom.
What I can tell you about
Okay, guys, and I do see a flicker, and I do see a phone. It does appear to be a phone because you can see the light, right, that kind of comes in. It is circled, but I do not see her look down. That's where I'm like, because if she does look down, it's very briefly. So, don't come for me.
That is her pulling out a phone. And as she rounds the corner, you'll see she'll look down at it.
that is law enforcement has talked to Katie. They've answered, she's been able to answer all their.
Okay. Now, because after that, we can't see her hands, right? I'll come back on the screen here in just a minute, but I wanted you guys to see this. Notice that bright ball of light. That is no lens flare. That is a phone that is on. So it'll replay a couple times, but check this out. As she's coming out, that phone is on.
Questions, and once again, there is nothing to that situation. I mean, law enforcement even put out a statement. Has nothing to do with it. Has nothing.
Right.
So here's different screenshots from left to right. I guess I should have flipped it the other way, but so as she's coming out, you can see the phone light. It's catching a lot of light. It's in her left hand. She has it out, and then by the time she gets past that pole, she's kind of now got it more towards upwards. And then right here, you can see the phone out as well.
No, that would be.
Now, this is where, yesterday we discovered that she had her phone out, which was, I think, huge. But there's more we have discovered since then. But we'll play this just in case if you missed it. But here's this. You can see that light. That was from the phone. There's more, but there's one right there. And there's 3 more frames right here as she's swinging her hand. We can see the phone light, and on the bottom, the same. And as she swings her arm back again, we see the light of the phone. That's a good catch. Who doesn't? Yeah, it looked like something was in her hoodie after she engages with Katie. That's a good eye. Okay, now is ready for the new stuff. This is where it's going to get really trippy, and this is.
All right, are we ready for the goods? Okay, and hey, Groot, good to see you, Groot. When I'm walking or changing trains and my phone is in my pocket, I don't look at it. I reach in and press the silence button or just adjust the volume without ever looking. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just saw if anything, like barely a nod, or you know how you can't tell if somebody's looking down if their eyes are, you know, their eyeballs are moving, right? So you can't really tell if their eyeballs are looking down unless we have a better picture of it, of course. But again, I didn't see them look down at the phone necessarily, not like how some people, you know, totally look down at their phone type of a thing, you know, completely look down where you can actually see it, in my opinion.
Not sure if this one's AI enhanced yet. Again, when you get zoomed in out there, it's not going to make too much of a difference. Okay, here she comes. Now, I don't think anybody has noticed this before, but there is two major things that happen right here. Okay, now, again, I know it's really hard to see her, but she just did something right there. You guys see her silhouette? Let's watch that again. Okay, there's the tree. Now watch what happens. She's going to stop. She is going to turn around, and she is actually going to be walking backwards. You can actually see her head. She's communicating with somebody, because remember, she's eventually going to go back that way. But check this shit out. This is wild. She is walking backwards, and she almost signals. You can see her head.
Okay, guys, so did you see them walking? Okay, I do think this person was started to walk backwards, right? Now, this is what I'm talking about. This is a very well lit up area, right? But we can still see from very far away at this point a silhouette. And I think this is why we're having trouble with that trash can video, is because the neighborhood was so dark that when somebody's taking the trash out, it does look like a silhouette. In my opinion, Katie's the only one that is gung-ho about this video. We've not heard law enforcement even come out ever and confirm it. And then when Seth was showed the video, he said it was too grainy. So there's that. Just want to point that out.
Oh, did that go a little bit faster? Here's another zoomed in one. Watch the tree. Right there. She turns around. She's communicating with somebody. I don't know if she dropped the phone because she continues walking backwards for a bit. I mean, if you drop the phone, I think you would continue. But no, I think she's signaling somebody because watch. You can tell her head is facing this way because I'll play a clip when she's walking back and you can see her head. She's turned around. She is not walking. She's walking backwards for a moment. And then at some point she turns around. That is her head facing this way ever since this tree.
Yeah, guys. And also when you're following, you know, this silhouette of her, you can see when she kind of hits the light that her face is facing the other direction, right? Than she was originally walking in. So she's walking backwards, and then you can see her swing around. You can see her arm kind of, you know, swing around when she does finally turn. Detroit says, yeah, you know, so I mean, this is interesting. And I don't know if it's the same person that comes back. I do want to take a second look at that because I wasn't sure when I watched it the first time if it was.
And remember, she's going to go back that way. So she is in contact with somebody over here. And then I'm going to clean this up more. Since I have to prepare for it live, I can only clean it up so much.
All right. And then here's those lights, remember from yesterday? But then we're also going to see something more in these lights that's going to be pointed out here. But again, I just want to show you guys how they did seem to, when she leaves the camera frame, that they do seem to kick on. Now, before we do that, I just want to take you guys over to my video. And this was when Jen, no, No, actually, this is when we went for the lunch group. The the Dragon Lady Lunch Bunch is what I call what I call our group that went. Okay, so we all went to Texas Roadhouse on Sunday afternoon, and it was about 12:30 that we were all there, and we sat down probably around 1 o'clock or so. Um, so give me a second here to pull that up because I do want to show you. I have really good footage of this area in the daytime. So I know it's not going to be at nighttime, which I could get that when I go uh this next time I go up in May. So you're going to kind of see this area. Now, first, I'm going to take you guys over to the other side where the to-go stuff was. Obviously, because I wanted to know more about where the yellow jacket was, coming from him, for all intents and purposes, to see what this area looked like back here. Lots of parking, lots of spots. So, and there's also designated areas to pick up over here. And there's the green hoodie guy. He was the green rain jacket guy that day. I was like, somebody's punking us. Right. But this is that area. And I just decided to, walk over and take a gander at it. So again, somewhat of where the green hoodie would have been. And again, you can walk through these bushes, but it's not recommended, right? There's mulch and stuff. You don't want to kind of walk through there. So I didn't. I just kind of took again a little gander. This is the sidewalk that, green hoodie walked on in order to, get through that little easement area, that little sidewalk area. Yeah, KJ, yeah, and anybody can use my content. This one has copyrighted music in the background, but he could just take it out and use the footage. Anybody can use this. I mean, please feel free. Try not to bash me while you do it. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Because I review people I like only. I do. I agree with most of what they say, and that's when I don't really do reviews on people I don't like. Because I don't see a point. Because when I watch Mob Crew and different people that put work into it, it makes me think, right, more outside of the box, or makes me say, oh no, I don't think that's true, but what about this? Or you know what I'm saying? It helps us get our juices flowing, brain juice flowing. But again, here we go, and I think I did step over the bush. Whoops. Uh-oh, you guys caught me. But yep, there we go. And this is like the whole parking lot, the sidewalk area. It was rainy that day. So, and this is the area that you see like the other cars that are parked, right? They can kind of park horizontally there. There's the front entrance. So, and I think I got the other side and more of the hotel as well, but we were just out there. I was looking at how they run the window because Sunday's very busy, guys, and especially after church. That's how it is everywhere, especially when you get down south. Does Texas Roadhouse have a back entrance or exit? Yes, they do. Detroit, it is right by the men's room. There's an emergency exit right by the men's room. So, and I have that on tape too. That's our lunch bunch. I was trying not to get everybody, on camera. Because I wasn't sure how they felt about that, but this is the area. That's where Katie would have parked. Somebody double parked. You see the ashtray as well, I think, in this one. So KJ, thanks. I try. I try. I try to just stick to the facts, because I hate if somebody's like, she's so wrong. I always try to correct it if I am. But yeah, I know. They talk shit about my lipstick mostly. you know. It's like, oh well, I like it. And here's the to-go window, right? I just kind of wanted to show, I don't want to get too off of what Mob was doing, but I wanted to show you guys that area in the light. I thought it was odd because they really work this door, on Sundays, and I wonder how often it gets worked like that. So, yeah. They were being so sweet because it was raining, so we were all talking out there. We had our umbrellas out, and it was adorable. Okay, so we had a great time. Again, special thanks to the Lunch Bunch, Dragon Lady Lunch Bunch. Okay, so, but here is back to Mob Crew. So again, you guys can see those parking spaces on the side, all the whole 9 yards.
But did I already do the? Okay, 1 second. I think this probably went a little bit faster. There's that one where I show. I mean, look at that. Does that look natural? I know it's hard to see, and if you're on your phone, I apologize. That's her.
And guys, I recommend you zooming in because you can see how like you can see like skin. so weird. It puts the lotion on the skin. Can you see the skin? But no, like, can you see that skin there? And that's because the light's hitting her face, but she's absolutely walking backwards, and you see her hand. Whoever this person is, they walk with their hands a lot, right? Like I said, I talk with my hands, like they walk like, animated with their hands, and their arms are swinging around. That's why you're seeing that unnatural position, is because their arm is swinging, in my opinion.
Body looking this way. And I'm going to throw up on the screen. I have to pause it here. That's her head. I got to find that perfect pause, because you can tell like her head's the other way. She does eventually turn back around. I think it's right.
Yeah, bravo, Chris, because she does. She turns back around. I think she already did. But you can absolutely see her, especially when she gets to about this point, that she was walking backwards. Very odd behavior. No doubt. No doubt about it. Great catch though, too, because I mean, she's absolutely walking backwards. Doing the moonwalk. She's moonwalking. The green hoodie had to pee, and now she's moonwalking.
Flip. Yeah, she still turned around. Okay. Below is her now walking the other way. This one is her leaving. And you can see there's right here. Look at her head. You can see a little bit of light catches her hair. And she is facing this way. And if you see in the next frame, I tried to like line it up. Again, when you're preparing for an live, but watch, if you look at this frame down here in just a second, you're going to see the exact same. God, I should have probably just overlaid it. Damn, I didn't even think about that. I'll have to do that next time.
Okay, so I'm looking forward to that overlay action with by Chris there. But so KJ says, is Green Hoodie a chatterbox with everyone she passes, or selective chatting? She doesn't seem to chat with anyone she passes. That's what's so interesting, I think, in my opinion, is that she's not interacting with anyone and no one interacts with her. She goes from interacting with Katie, causing a commotion or being a part of said commotion, goes in, uses the restroom like it's nothing. No one seems to greet her, or we can't see any type of interaction. The only interaction she has is with Miss KK. That's the only person I saw, Robini. So interesting. See that truck? No, look at that truck in your video, Lady Freedom. Is that the same truck or no? I don't think so. And then the one that was the neighbors that has a white truck, like that kind of resembles this truck, that one has 10 spokes. This one has 8. So just to kind of put it out there, I thought it was so weird, Sasha, that that guy was wearing a green slicker instead of a yellow one this time, and I was like, oh, they're trying to get us, right?
Anyway, right there. Look at the head. Look at that. Do you see the head? Notice how the light catches her hair, because there must be some kind of light source, probably a parking stall light, and it is catching a little bit of
This pole, I think, is a big light. Just sorry.
light from her blonde head, I guess, or whatever. And again, if I were to, unfortunately, if I had those frames exactly lined up, I tried. But yeah, she literally signals, does something, because she's kind of passing a tree, or whatever this is.
And also, guys, does Green Hoodie have red hair or blonde hair? Because some of these pictures are giving me strong strawberry blonde, So I guess that would be blonde, but Katie's mom is like white blonde.
And, kind of gets a little blurry, but you can tell she's turning it around, and I think she's signaling to somebody. But that's not all. But that's big. That is big. Go full screen real quick. See how many people we got in here. We almost got 800 people in here. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I'm glad you can see it. I again, it's rough when it's like, we are hella zoomed in. But yeah, I'm like, when once I did the AI enhancements, and started just kind of frame by frame in it, I'm like, she does something right here, and then her walk doesn't look natural for a bit. So yeah, pretty wild. Yeah,
she definitely turned and walked backwards and then turned around. In my opinion, I saw exactly what Chris is pointing out here, and I do believe that that is an odd behavior. Again, to add to the list of odd things in Sebastian's case, just very odd behavior, right? Is she lost? Why is she looking backwards? Is she communicating with someone else? Is she saying, "Hey, I'm over here"? You really can't tell what exactly she's doing.
Oh, are you talking about this? If you're talking about this is nothing. You'll notice it's there the entire time. But Kiki, if that's what you're talking about, yeah, no, that's there. You'll notice if we play the video, it's maybe a piece of metal that's reflecting light, some sort. It's got to be something that's highly reflective, that gets illuminated. But there is going to be something. Keep your eye over here in just a second. So I'm going to go back full screen, because after she turns back around, again, back to the direction she's going, which is north, there is something else we see. Oh, thank you, Geneva. Thank you guys so much. The green hoodie, in my opinion, Carolina, absolutely not. Again, I can't say 1,000%, but I'm gonna give you some hints at the end of the show. But anyway, let me go full screen so you guys can see what happens next. This is interesting, something new I captured as well. So here we go, full screen. Let me clear the chat real quick. Come up here in just a second. That's zoomed in. Notice how that light is there that I think you're referring to, Kiki. Yeah, who's she communicating with? I mean, look at that. You can tell she's completely turned around, communicating with somebody. And then, unfortunately, once she kind of gets into the shadow area, we can only tell that where she's moving, because she's disrupting, the frames and pixels. But there's going to be something. Well, actually, there's two things. We've already mentioned one yesterday, but there's something else I missed yesterday. Let's take a look. Okay, so notice the perpendicular parallel headlights. I mean, if you got two light sources popping on at the exact same time, I mean, that's really, my opinion, leaves you with only one thing. That is a vehicle We'll get to that in a second, but look just below that and it'll play again. But watch what happens the second that pops up. Oh my God, what the hell is that? Let's look at that again. Let's take a look close. Watch the lights go up. That is her with the phone back out. Because I was watching to see if that phone would light up at any point when she was walking. It did not until she got out. So now she feels like she needs to have that phone out. Why? No, I don't think it'd be a flashlight. That's not a bad. I mean, it's not a bad guess, but if it was a flashlight, we would see more light. In my opinion, I think that's just the cell phone light. But what are the odds you got headlights kicking on? And if you don't know what's to the left of that, we'll show that here in just a minute. But I missed this. And that just adds so much more context of what could be transferring. What is she doing? What is her purpose? Because there's nothing over there except a little parking lot. And I'll show you how long she's over there. But yep, she pulls out her phone. Interesting. Right when she's walking into nothing. Well, or a parking lot.
Okay, guys, and I can definitely see her pull out the phone, and I know this light has been stationary. You know, you can see it even in the later footage, but I will say that, like, I was thinking to myself, are we thinking too far into someone pulling out their phone, right, randomly? Because people do that all the time. I'm always on my phone, like, always. I'm worse than a teenager these days, where I'm just always on it, like, constantly, you know? Like when Tamara was saying that Devlin, uses his phone even when it's plugged in. Yeah, I do that constantly. Like I never give that thing a rest. So, um, yeah, if he's in a different place, being cared for, in my opinion, that's a terrible situation. I think so too. He needs to be with his dad, right? Yeah, he needs to be with Seth. That is who he needs to be with, in my opinion. Um, so I don't know. I know, hanging by the car is a big one. It's a big one. And Katie did put her earpiece in right away, right? The two in there. I want to go back and see if she smiled after that, because that was weird. And I swear she did, but maybe it was, I don't know. Maybe I need my glasses, but so I know, Detroit. No lie. If I'm not listening to something, for true crime, or I know exactly. That's why I took a break. But see, even when I take a break, I'll watch, Chef Ramsay or something, listen to that for a little while. So it's, she's sus all around. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah. So I do. I think so then if I'm thinking, okay, but what if this is something? So again, you're gonna see that this person's using their phone over here and just kind of walking back and forth. And again, there's a sidewalk, and things like that where they can readily walk around. But it's still odd in a way, especially the behaviors of turning around and all of that.
So here's the time. As you can see, I've got the timer below. This is important because remember I wanted to do this yesterday because I'm like, oh shoot, it'd be interesting to see how long is she over there for. So let's see. So at 6:30 and 28 seconds, she exits this frame. Okay.
Okay, yesterday, guys, I said it was 20 seconds, but I thought I was maybe counting too fast. But I think it is 20 seconds now, just because, Mob's doing this experiment here too.
Do, 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 do. Oh, here we are at 6:30 and 48 seconds. Approximately 20 seconds later, you could fluctuate from 18 to 20 seconds. So she spent a good up to 20 seconds off screen. And if you don't know what's over there, we'll show you here in just a second. But it's very important because it would make sense of why it'd only take 20 seconds. And then she is hoofing.
She is hauling ass, right? So, okay, but is that the same person? Is that the same person? That's what I'm wondering. And I just want to go back a little bit.
As you can see, I've got the timer below. This is important because remember I wanted to do this yesterday because I'm like, oh shoot, it'd be interesting to see how long is she over there for. So let's see. So at 6:30 and 28 seconds, she exits this frame.
Right, and then the lights go off over there.
Okay. Do 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 do. Oh, here we are at 6:30 and 48 seconds. Approximately 20 seconds later, you could fluctuate from 18 to 20 seconds. So she spent a good up to 20 seconds off screen. And if you don't know what's over there, we'll show you here in just a second. But it's very important because it would make sense of why it'd only take 20 seconds.
Okay, so that's like about the best I can get. I don't know. I can't tell, but it does kind of look like it's a taller, thinner person in a way. I don't know. Ugh. But
And then she is hoofing it.
she does tall aspect. So
She is
again,
gone
interesting.
like the wind. And here we are. Go back to full screen here. That is the parking lot. Make that there. And as you can see, our camera kind of looks, kind of like this, right? Except obviously from a different angle. But so we can see kind of like the sidewalk, maybe about this. So we can see her probably up to the sidewalk. But so as she's about to come off that sidewalk, we have the headlights perpendicular shining on this wall, which could only mean, unless you have a vehicle that's kind of coming at an angle, but we don't see that. It tells me there is a car in one of these stalls kicking on their headlights, alerting. At the same time, she has her phone out and she only spends 20 seconds in this area. What do you guys think she's doing? I know some of this was part of yesterday, but again, this is even more because we didn't know that she was signaling, in my opinion, to somebody. Because I don't know why in the hell you'd be walking backwards for a good, I don't know, 5+ feet. I don't know, probably more than 5 feet, but and then you're going to go back in that direction that you had flipped around. But before that, or right after that, you spend 20 seconds over here, just after we saw some kind of headlights up on this wall. And she had just whipped out the phone. I believe that phone, in my opinion, is handed off. And I believe that is the car, potentially, that is going to be giving KK instructions on where to go. So they can do a handoff. Yeah, KB. Yeah. I mean, there could definitely be, it could be more than just phone for sure. but there is some kind of handoff, right? In some ways it does. Yeah, I'd have to look at her behavior a little bit more, especially inside. Unfortunately we don't have much, but anyway, continuing on.
Okay, really quick, guys. I just want to show you this real quick too, because I found this part. And again, this is like a Saturday afternoon. And this is how it looks when you come in by the Texas Roadhouse. So, you turn in by Sam's. So look, there's a Starbucks right when you come in straight away. And then you turn right, and there's Texas Roadhouse straight ahead. You have the Fairfield on the other side. And then here's that plaza right there. Right? And there's a New York Pizza Company. I'll get the close up here coming. And then there's that whole back area. You can see that's the dumpsters. There's that sidewalk, that walkway. And the music was very loud. And then you can see this is that other area also. And it's all fenced in back through here. Right? And Mr. and Mrs. E showed us that as well. That was very interesting. Then here's all the to-go spots. Okay, again, these designated spots for to-go orders. And then there's some parking in the back. That's the back area. I don't think I got any footage from that back area. So then straight away, we're going to go and explore this little back area. And there's a dental, right? Sage Dental and Orthodontics. Again, and this is the other side of the building. There's Vanderbilt Eye Institute, the one I couldn't think of the other day or yesterday. Urgent Vet Care, T-Mobile. There's New York Pie. And again, around the corner. Ooh, excuse me. All right. So you can kind of see, and that goes all the way around, circling back again to the area in question. And then there's back through there. And then all the parking, but then there's a little walkway right in the middle. And the music is very loud again, and there's cameras all over the back, or excuse me, the around the building. There's a little bit of the back. There's the Fairfield, and even near the Fairfield you could hear the music. So I wish I would have got a little bit more with the area in question, but I didn't. Unfortunately. I wished I had. But again, this hotel being here is another big red flag in my opinion. Oh, you're welcome, KJ. Oh, I'm happy to do it. I wish I could have gotten, like, I don't know. It's so hard because when I'm filming, and I'm not the best at filming, but it's like, that was a nice day though, because it was nice and sunny, so you could really like see the area. But I'd like to go back there at night and kind of get it at night as well. So there's Jeff and Jen. And, you know, there's the back a little bit. I guess I did get a little bit of that. But then there's that area as well. Kind of coming up. Sorry, kind of make you dizzy. And again, there's like camera, speaker, recess lighting, camera out here. So, and then you can join the waiting list. And if you scan that QR code, again, guys, with this geofencing the restaurant, they wouldn't really have to do that because Texas Roadhouse farms information from their guests, right? And we've kind of talked about that too as well, that they absolutely do that. And there's more cameras. Again, I just kind of want to show you guys all those too. But definitely if you scan that code or if you sign up for, you know, to wait on the wait list, right? There's also like menus out here, but there's a camera here, right? And then I suspect that the camera I'm about to show you over here is the one that we're getting our information from, right? And then I tried not to show the workers. This one right here is going to be that camera that we're looking at. And you can see how it points out towards that way. So it actually, there's actually more information. We should be able to see as far as that, in my opinion, but I don't know what that angle. But it does look like it's got a 360 view. So it would be nice to see it. And, you know, again, the area where the green hoodie was, or excuse me, the yellow jacket was at the counter. So, and then again, here's the inside. And there's this great big room. This was all open, but when we went on Sunday, it was full, guys. At 12:30, it was packed in this little area right here. But again, there's also cameras in here. And there's the whole view. And then as you go out, and again, I tried not to get people, but like I said, there's people standing in the hostess station, and you know, I didn't conversate with anybody either until we got to the table, you know, and we were speaking to the waitress. But and then here's our, you know, the dude that was chilling at the bar, the only guy. This is going to be the bathrooms. I'm going to show you guys this real quick before we go over to Mob. Because I want you guys to see this little cove. I keep calling it a cove, but that's what it looks like. Whoop. And then right here. And then here's the emergency exit. Sorry, I really went fast on that part. Give me a second here. Sorry, I might have went back too far. That's where you choose your steak. And again, we saw these like in the footage. Lots of waiters and waitresses. Let me just go ahead and I didn't realize I walked past her so fast. I think I was kind of trying to not to be a weirdo and, you know, film the bathroom area. I think that's why I was so fast going through. But again, here's an area where the servers go through to bring their dirty dishes. There's one out, you know, one way in the kitchen, one way out. That's the best way to do it, in my opinion. But here is that area, right? This is the family. And then this is the ladies. And then when the green hoodie came in, they used the ladies. And you can see that on there. And then straight away in this other little area, emergency exit in the men's room. So, but either way, let me put this back just so you guys get a good visual on that to this one. Okay, there we go.
She's looking back, make sure. I think they were gone at that point. I don't think they were very far. Because remember, when she comes back out, Katie had left. So Katie leaves at 6:25. She exits at 6:29. So KK had been gone for at least 4 minutes. That's not a lot. But, you know, who knows? She could have been driving a circle. But that's what it kind of looks like. I put this up before, but I find it very interesting that, again, I never noticed this, that she's walking backwards until you slow it down and look. But and then we have the headlights. And she's 20 seconds in this area. And again, the reason why I showed before she came originally, she never came from this location. So that's a major red flag. Why is she going that direction? I mean, is she, lost? Which I doubt it. But what are the odds? We have an odd encounter with Katie. She only goes in to use the restroom. She's clearly passing tons of establishments that have restrooms. And then I could not see her with a phone. Not to say she doesn't have anything, but I don't see anything lit up. But she is cooking when she comes back the other way. She is hoofing it. Yeah, these are, yes, SoCal. Now, question is, and I've been looking at this a lot because I kind of go back and forth. Is this the car she gets into? It would be enough time. And I'm kind of looking into this. It's really weird. I just want to mention. I don't know if it's connected, but I don't know. Should I go back to the full screen real quick? Okay. This is really weird. It's almost like the Matrix, the deja vu thing. Okay. I just want to point this out real quick. Let me turn this down, sorry. Okay, where is she? Where are you at? Where are you at, green hoodie? Oh, here she comes. Okay. This is what's interesting. Because remember, she's going to turn around right at this tree.
I agree, Detroit. I don't know if this video was AI or not, but it's more clear to me as well. I noticed that when you said that too. I think so. Yeah, absolutely. That's weird. I don't know. I'm guessing
Right here.
that's the AI then.
Something happens. She slows down. Now she is literally turned sideways.
Yeah, see how she turns and you can see her arms like, I don't know, it's like she swirls around.
Looking this way. And then about right here, she turns back around.
Yep.
Sorry, not to keep repeating this.
And that's the tree we're trying to look at is this tree, and after she hits the tree, she's gonna turn, do a little twirl.
Part. What I wanted to point out is is this part here. So after she exits the screen, I just want to show something I think that's interesting.
There you go, Robini. I watch on my big screen and chat on my phone.
Okay. So she is now moving off screen. And literally, this is so weird. And again, this could just be... Oh, wait. Do I cut it off? No, I don't.
Oh, that's where the light goes on again.
Okay, right here. Sorry. This is the one without it slowed down. Okay. And yeah, once you see it, you can't unsee it.
She only takes about 3 steps backwards and then 3 or 4 and then twirls back around, in my opinion. I see that, you know. And she is walking fast and walking backwards fast.
So here she is. Now look what happens. There's one white sedan. Okay. Again, I'm saying this sedan is involved, but just kind of interesting timing. Could be a car that she hands the stuff off to or the phone to. Because remember, she did turn back. There's another similar car that's actually going a little bit faster, which is interesting. So I do kind of want to look into these, especially this car, because this one comes a little bit faster, almost like it was like that car in front of it, like the identical car.
Okay, so now I don't know for sure, but I would think if they would have pulled in, we would have saw either their tail lights or their headlights reflecting off of here like we did with that other instance. Now, I'm not saying that these cars are not, you know, someone that could have just, you know, turned, because we wouldn't see them if they didn't pull in. But if we can't have it both ways, either they pulled in and did something or they passed by and did something. My vote would be for passing by and doing something, as opposed to pulling into one of those parking spaces, because again, we're going to see some headlight action. We're going to see some, you know, red or white light, in my opinion.
You know, they're waiting for that one. And, you know, and this person is trying to get off screen to hand off a phone. Again, I still think there's probably more likely a car sitting in the stall, but, you know, just looking at alternate possibilities. I don't know if you could hand off a phone because it doesn't look like that car does slow down, I guess. Now looking at it. And it is weird, though. See, like 2 cars back to back that are similar. But now, when she walks back, let's see, do I cut it here? Yeah, I do cut it. Okay, right here. Oh, back up just a little bit. Sorry. Might have. Is she already off screen? No. Okay. So here she is. Now, as far as I can tell, she's still on that sidewalk. She's still on this sidewalk, as far as I can tell. I'd have to, man, it sucks that it cuts off there. It'd be interesting to test her height, see if there's a height difference, as if she walks off. I don't know, actually. Wait a minute. I think I just spotted. Oh no, this isn't slowed down enough. No, she's off the sidewalk now. Wait. Yeah.
Yeah, Bo, that's on Carrie Reviews. Yeah, we need to find that on the footage that shows what looks like Sebastian in that back parking lot. Yeah, that is Carrie Reviews. Yes. Yeah, I agree. Because you can't see that back parking lot. And what time was that? Yeah, we need that. Let me see if I can find it really quick and play it. I don't think she minds because I think I've played it here before. I know I have. Um, oh yeah, I see. Oh yeah, Detroit. That's what it seems like. That's what it seems like. Maybe somebody yelled at her, him, Shim. He yelled at the Shim, and then they turned around like when somebody yells your name, and then you turn around really fast to look. Yeah, but still walking. That would explain her turning around fast and still walking, and then turning back around quick. Yeah. That's interesting. So was she signaling to someone? I mean, look, the whole interaction is awkward, causes this commotion, right? So is she just like not all the way doing anything she's supposed to be doing? I mean, that's what kind of makes me think that something went awry, and it always did when I looking at this green hoodie character, right? Because she's kind of a character going up to Katie, yeah, forget you, like she was like pissed off with Katie, right? Something happened there. It caused people to turn. Sebastian was watching, so I mean, if maybe somebody was like, "Hey, duh, over here," but then you would think she would turn around and start going that same direction. Why did she go all the way that way and then turn back around 20 seconds later? Gosh, I don't know. That's so weird. Good night, Marion. Good night. Thank you for being here. Yeah, Detroit. That made me think of that. Wow. I know. She absolutely turns around and does a moonwalk, a couple of steps of a moonwalk and then turns back around. So, hey, Kylie's nail candy. So, I mean, but I can't tell. Um, right. Yeah. Like, hey, where you going? Or, hey, what are you doing? Or, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know what you mean. That's a great point because it does. Like, somebody caught her attention right quick and she turns around, but she's still walking. I wonder, did somebody honk their horn? And that's what caused her to turn around and, hmm. It's hard to tell too because there's so many people. So, yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. It does look like it could possibly be Sebastian. It does, it does. Yeah, it is a rubbish bin. There's like a dumpster trash can right there. Yeah, and I just kind of showed you guys that one. Oh gosh, was that the first one I showed you? Actually, it probably no, yeah, that was the first one I showed you. Yeah, because that's the one I went on Sunday. And you can see it. It's on the other side of that walkway, is actually where it is. So, um,
Her feet are blocking the sidewalk. Okay, so she has now came off this. I'm pretty sure I'll have to zoom in on this because if her body's blocking, we can see the sidewalk ledge there. That makes sense. You guys know what I'm saying? The curb, not the ledge. Curb would be the better. We can see the curb a little bit right there. Now, if her body is complete, that only means she is now off the curb. Now, I got to time it, but it's about 5-6 seconds later. We have this vehicle. And I know this has been pointed out, but because I've kind of gone back and forth because the way she's going, but I think it could be enough time that she could just slip in there and get in that vehicle. So that vehicle could play a part. Yeah, and that's a shame because if Sumner County was competent, in my opinion, they would have grabbed all this footage long ago, but it seems like they didn't. Oh. Oh. Promotion when. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, I'll look at that. That may connect to the yellow jacket person, which I have not dived into. I've kind of tried to keep it very tight, close, with just the few actors that we have. I know people think that there's more actors that are involved in the at Texas Roadhouse, and it's certainly possible. And I am going to look into it. I'm just kind of focusing on one person at a time until I dissect every single pixel and every single movement that I can from that specific individual. But yeah, we can do that. If we get enough time at the end of the show, I'll pull up my my thing and I'll do an overlay where we'll show the group at the bottom in one screen and then at the same time, and we'll see if that correlates.
Yeah, and guys, I do also want to say that I just do not believe that there's like a whole bunch of people. Look, the more people that are involved in something, the higher the risk, right? Where they say loose lips sink ships. Well, that's because there's a bunch of lips that you got to worry about sinking that ship, right? When you only tell a couple people, you, the more people that know, the more chances it is that somebody's going to either fess up or come clean or roll or rat out or snitch, whatever the way you want to say it. The more people that know, the worse off it is because you never know when someone might grow a conscience, right? Or decide that shit's getting too heavy, right? And that it's probably better that they be the first one to talk so they be the first one to walk, stuff like that. Chris, if you're listening.
Interesting. Oh, Pammy Bear, thank you so much for that amazing super chat. God bless you, Pammy Bear. Means the world.
And the thing is that the only thing people want is to bring Sebastian home. So if anybody has that, you know, knowledge, then we need somebody to speak up about it, right? Just come clean. Because the longer it goes, the worse it's going to be. So, yeah. I don't think you meant to probably. Oh, well, Sebastian was in the back parking lot. Yeah, they're not Detroit. They're not. Thank you, Bo. It's called Carrie's Reviews. I even tried to put at Carrie's Reviews, and it brought up some other Carrie lady. I don't know. You're probably going to get the same deal, but it's some lady with 10 subscribers that likes to do she shows you her dresses and stuff. I want the camera footage. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know, but I know I've done Carrie's reviews of that video before and showed you guys, and I was like, do you think this is Sebastian back here? What is this? Because depending on what time that video has, thank you, Bo. Depending on what time that video has on it, and we can match it up with the time that the green hoodie was back, making her way back, right? Like she is right now, then we can see if they met again, right? If she said, I got to go to the bathroom, Katie's like, you can't go to the bathroom right now. We're supposed to do this. And she's like, fuck you, and she starts putting her hands up and whatever, like she was at Katie. Maybe that's what the commotion was. Maybe that lady, Katie was like, what the fuck are you doing? Waiting by my car and now you got to go pee. Maybe that lady was stupid, and just was like, I mean, because obviously this person, whoever it is, man, woman, shim, right? This person was waiting by her car for what, 5 minutes that we established, I think, earlier, right? So this person's waiting by her car. And then when she comes out, there's some sort of altercation or some sort of disagreement or commotion. And then she heads into the bathroom, then comes out, and now she's walking all over back and forth out here. So was that it? Was she sitting by the car like, okay, when she comes out, I'll let her know that I have to go in there and use the bathroom, not thinking, right? And then Katie comes out like, what the fuck are you doing out here? You're not supposed to be over here. You're supposed to be over there waiting for me. I don't know, guys. Was there a handoff? It's so hard to tell. I think something may have been. They absolutely had the opportunity to do it, you know? Yes, you did, Scranton. Yes, you did. Thank you. Yes, you that's right. You did. Thank you, Scranton. Thank you guys. That's right. Yeah. And this is gonna you guys are gonna be able to see this area a lot better. Okay, so fantastic. Let me go. Thank you guys so much. This is great because you will be able to see more of that area. Um, okay, I see. All right, because I have to click onto here. So just bear with me a second because I have to grab this link. All right, so here she is. Yeah, Carrie reviews. Oh, I put 2 R's. I'm sorry, Carrie. Okay. All right, guys, let's do this. Okay, sound off. Okay, let me go ahead and pop this down for 1 second. Woo, buddy, we're deep diving. Okay, so here we go. Thank you, guys. All right, here we go. This is short video here. Oh, hold on, guys. I just want to note the time. Okay, can we see it? 18:29. Okay, so we're right there. Okay, here we go. So we're right there, right? Because at about 18:30, right? This is in 15 seconds. Woo, okay, here we go. Okay. Now they're going around. All right, white car. Okay, here we go. You see, because she went all the way around to the walkway. She didn't cut through the bushes like I did that time. All right, oh, there goes the lights. Boop. So this is the same video right here. This is the exact same video. Okay, here comes, okay, you can see the silhouette. And then again. Yeah, that is the second one. Okay, so that's, yeah, it's hard to see though. See, but I thought she had one of the other side. And then there's that dark SUV. Okay, she just zoomed in. All right. There's a white sedan. Okay, this is where you could start to see. And again, the more you zoom in, the more pixelated. The more you zoom in, the more pixelated you're going to be. And blurry. See, but I thought she had a little bit better angle than this for some reason. There we go. Now you see him coming through, or her, whoever it is. Oh, see right there. Now that looks like the green hoodie. Hold on. You guys, bear with me. right when the light catches. Because see, now you can kind of see like the white from the hoodie. Sebastian was wearing a black Grogu t-shirt, so a big Yoda head. Then again, that could be Yoda's head because like green. Hmm. Hmm. Very interesting. And if you guys will please go sub up to Carrie's reviews. She's amazing. Her work here is awesome. And see, that doesn't look, I mean, that looks definitely black. It doesn't look like KK's baby blue. I did think it was a key. Yeah, I see that crazy bird. I know where you're talking about. There's one that they really zoomed in on her too, that At Night had posted. Um, so and then she says, "Whose vehicles?" Right? So, ew, gross. Okay, so that's that. Um, for that, I mean, it looks like the same exact video that Mob has, except for she just zoomed in closer. And for some reason, I thought you could kind of see like where the bins are, because it's kind of like in a brick area, like a little bricked off area. But very interesting. Okay, no, that's my live. We're not gonna. Okay, there we go.
If you weren't here yesterday, and I kind of explained it earlier in the show, we're kind of fed up, uh, especially me. I don't want to speak for everybody else, but kind of fed up. Was waiting for certain things to potentially happen. And I've told you guys that,
Well, Bo, and it does appear, I mean, it kind of looks like a different person, although that logo, see, and I think that's why it's important to figure out what that logo is on the green hoodie. Even if it was like from a thrift store, because then we can at least pinpoint an area of where, people are wearing those and then giving them up to the thrift store, right? There's going to be people that are fans of that. Now, I mean, I like a couple of different, football teams. So like I like the Cowboys, I like the Bears, and I live in Florida. So, so that doesn't mean that I'm gonna, wear. But if I was to go ahead and have some old gear or something and give it to the Goodwill or something to that nature, but most of the time you can kind of figure out that area, no, narrow it down just a little bit, even if it is a yard sale, um, unless you have out of state fans. So good night, Ann Brock. Thank you for being here. So KJ, they never got Texas Roadhouse video. Dog did. Well, I think the what's his face, oh fishy over there got, I think they ended up getting it, right? Because they threw a fit. Did they not collect the footage from the businesses in those buildings? Oh, okay. I get it. Okay, in the buildings. I mean, I agree. It's an absolute must. I don't know if they did or not, though. That's the thing about it. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm guessing. I don't know, Bo, because again, that T-shirt he was wearing does light up pretty good too. You know, I don't know.
been working on documents, a timeline with actual video evidence to back it up, and statements. Um, and that has been pretty much in the works. Literally, there's people in chat that know. it is pretty much there's a rough draft. It's pretty much kind of like it's still rough draft. But when of course, when we thought we kind of had a good picture, then we figured out the 3 a.m. video. So I have to kind of reiterate and retailor all that because really in the beginning it was kind of more tailored to that he potentially made it home. But now I am 99% sure he did not make it home. Okay. We will try to take a look at that, KB. That's interesting.
Oh, absolutely, Detroit. There's tons of footage. There is tons of footage, absolutely, from that area. No doubt in my mind. Whether the police collected it or not, that's a whole nother story because I don't think they did. I don't think they did their due diligence, in my opinion. Especially because they didn't decide they were going to talk to Green Hoodie until December 13th of 2024. Almost a year after Sebastian went missing.
Okay, now I know you guys, especially with the thumbnail, we talked about who could the hoodie person be. We've already kind of talked about that, but I'm going to give you a little bit of clues that we've had for a while. Just wondering if there's anything else here. I think that is it. Oh, I think I was just kind of showing what it looked like if they were walking this way. If anybody ever goes that way and wants to get video from this, from here, because Google Man didn't even drive this little road. If we could get like a video from like just here looking this way, that would be really cool. Just to kind of overlay and getting a better idea of some stuff. But now let's get into the clues of the identity. Actually, let me pause it. Let me read a little bit of chat first, and then we'll get to that. Because there are clues, in my opinion. That's possible, Rob Beanie. And a matter of fact, you're not the only one that has that theory. Now, the only thing that I would
Oh snap! Hold on, I want to see what Rob Beanie says. Rob Beanie's in the chat. Rob Beanie dabbing in the chat. Okay, so she says, okay, Chris, what if KP mentioned Life 360 data because this lady took her phone to the house while KP did whatever with Sebastian and the 3 a.m. lights are Green Hoodie's ride out, allegedly. So we were talking about that too, and I think you might have said it in here, Robini. So I just wanted to, highlight your comment because you're smart as hell and you're always looking at the details here. So I'm like, but yeah, okay, so I think that could be a very strong possibility that if we're looking outside of the box and then also at every single angle of how this could work, I think that's a very interesting angle and perspective because we just don't know who actually made it home, but we know that there was also activity at 3 a.m. But we don't know because it was dark, because Katie pulled into the garage, but it could have been someone who swapped cars with Katie. Absolutely. I mean, for all we know, that could have been Katie swapping out her position at home, right? And then for all we know, maybe there was a situation where this person hurt Sebastian, someone else hurt Sebastian. And so that's why, I mean, again, just to kind of piggyback on it, but no conspiracy intended here. But, that's why they're saying we don't know what happened to him, right? Because they don't. and that's another scary aspect of things that um Rabini. And so but yeah, I mean, this is the thing that we have to think about these things and how this could have played out and how they could have, because again, I've never wanted to abandon that 3 a.m. theory. So because I think there's something to it. Something happened where they were doing something, right? Somebody was doing something, but what remains to be, known, I guess, for sure. But it does appear that there's a couple light sources, right? And then one comes from the house and then another one goes back. Or the same one comes, you can't tell because they go off, camera. You can't tell, right? Subject 1 and subject 2. We've seen it a billion times. But I think it's important to think about how that could have worked out, and if it does work out, then that needs to be, something that we're talking about, you know? Um, yeah, because they drove straight into the garage. Exactly. You can't tell. It's dark, right? And again, if Sebastian didn't like going in through the garage, and he never liked going in through the garage, and he always used the front door, or mostly used the front door. And then Katie caught herself, and it was, well, sometimes he comes in the garage with me. Okay, Katie. Right? Way to try to, backtrack it. So, again, we don't know because they drove in the garage. So somebody else could have been driving Katie's Infinity baby blue SUV. And then that was the reason for leaving out that night because, and again, really anybody that was in the house, she could have dropped them off on the nearest street corner. You know what I'm saying? Like she could, when said she was looking for Sebastian, right? I mean, she could have gotten people out of her house like, then too. There's a lot that, should still be explored, a lot of angles to explore. So, yeah, I think that's something that could work.
Say that would put a wrench in that is if she still had her Apple Watch on her, right? Because isn't that all connected? The Apple Watch and the phone. But I don't know. Maybe again, because I'm not an Apple guy, I could do some research on it. I mean, I've done some basic research on it, but that's not a bad theory. Not a bad theory at all. That is interesting. Oh, that would be awesome. Yeah, because I heard Mr. and Me, me, myself, and I, Mr. and Mrs. E Crimecast. I think they went there. I tried to find one of their videos, but I didn't see anything where they had like a good shot. They may have. I just may not couldn't find the video.
Okay, guys, and Mr. and Mrs. E did have really, really good footage of this area, and that's when we discovered that the area is actually fenced in. So the green hoodie being a transient or, a homeless person, right? With all due respect to homeless people and stuff, I know people go through hard times, so I'm not trying to be disrespectful. But usually that's not going to be a spot where they're going to want to go into, right? That's where they're like detouring them from coming into that area because it's a ritzy area. It's got a Starbucks, it's got a New York pizza place, it's got this, that, doctor's offices, orthodontics, all of that. So eye doctor, they're not typically gonna, want a whole lot of foot traffic through there, especially from homeless people, unfortunately. So and fortunately, I mean, it can be dangerous. So especially if they're on substances, whatever. But again, we discovered that because Mr. and Mrs. E showed us that it was all fenced in, and how, how strange that is, and how it kind of just burns that theory up about really the whole situation. It puts a big wrench in the situation, thinking that Green Hoodie actually walked through. Because again, when I showed you that footage earlier, and please be kind and rewind. But that footage earlier is showing you all the way around that building and how we came in, right? So you can see everything and how it is. They don't put a lot of sidewalks for people to be walking before you get into the plaza, before it's in a gated, or fenced in area. So yeah, big shout out to Mr. and Mrs. E, because when I saw that, I'm like, there's no way that Green Hoodie just came walking up, right? That's the kind of place that you pull up, right? So you don't walk up on that, you pull up. But I digress. And thank you, Detroit. That's right. We love Mr. and Mrs. E. Oh my goodness, they are awesome and always praying for their family. Just every single one of them. We love them. Um, but especially Cole. So yeah, because yeah, again, when I saw that, I'm like, oh, here, nope, nope.
Oh, from Roadhouse, the camera. Well, unfortunately, since Google Man hasn't been there, the establishment is here, and it would be, some kind of outside camera up on the building, right? Because you can see it's hooked up, in a corner. But yeah. So yeah, with the Life 360, again, I'm not an Apple person, so that's a little out of my expertise. But yeah, I'd wondered if they'd have to take the Apple Watch too. Can't we see her with the Apple Watch still on in the car? Here's the Apple Watch. A lot of this video doesn't really have her in the car. That would be something to look for. Let's see.
Well, and I think it would be very, very interesting if, Katie gave the iWatch to someone to dispose of or something like that, or some sort of evidence like that, some burner phones to destroy or something like that. That might be something also. I don't know. Just a thought, you know. You can get 360 on Android. Yeah, you can get it on everything. That's another good point too, Detroit. I wanted to say, yeah, you can have, like, if say two people have, like, say I have an iPhone and someone else has an Android. Say Detroit has an Android, I've got an iPhone. We can still do Life 360 with each other, right? I mean, but Apple has locations built in. So like my daughter and I both have Apples, so I just track her that way. But track her. And she could track me, right? So we track each other that way. But like on the 360, it's the same thing. And 360 can be altered, right? So that's another thing to consider. But yeah, it goes for both. It's not just an Apple, it's not just an Android. Now, the iWatch, excuse me, is, pretty much tailored to get your heart rate, get your steps in, all that stuff, so you can do the health app part of it, and all the whole 9 yards with that. Um, Apple people on deck, yeah, you're up to bat. Yeah, no, it's not just Apple though, Sasha. That's a misconception, or not that you know Mom didn't mean to, but yeah, you could do it for either one. So again, like if you had an Apple phone, but I had an Android, you and I could both be on the Life 360 app. It's compatible with both um, operating systems.
She's got it on. What hand has she got it on? In chat. This is 1604. Oh, being an idiot. Left hand. Okay, so it's on the left hand. 1603. And that stuff. If it was on the right hand, we'd. That's her hand up. Man, it looks. I can't say 100%. But yeah, I don't know. Like, could she just switch that off? Because she loves to mention that Life 360. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you guys. Okay, sounds like some people sent me that. I think this is the AI enhanced one. That's her right hand getting the earbud in, of course. And then, of course, that's her left hand because she, and then it kind of blurs out there. Yeah, I have to look at that. That's interesting though. I'll write that down.
I agree, Detroit. That guy with the watch, yeah, we probably should revisit that guy. I mean, he does work, in my opinion, for the green, or excuse me, for the yellow jacket guy. You know, he does resemble him tremendously. Um, Again, I'm just wondering about that whole thing with the pee story and the pee foots. No, I'm just kidding. But the way that, the green hoodie's waiting out there and then there's some kind of an altercation. And I think Katie was pissed off because the green hoodie wasn't supposed to be waiting by her car. And then she's like, well, I got to go pee anyway, or whatever. So something happened there for sure. Um, Oh, could be his son, maybe. Okay. Mr. Semantics, yeah. Then after said an event, the long call to me is semantics. Yeah, the phone left in the RV, the borrowed vehicle, and being so tired at work. Right. Yeah, absolutely. And him saying that he saw Sebastian on the 26th when he went home. I think was a major slip up, that is just classic right there. Talk about leakage.
Because there could be some frames when she's pulling out that I've never really focused on except for when I was looking for the dash cam. So anyway, yeah, we'll have to look at that. That's interesting though. Robini. And so anyway, okay. So let's start getting into some hints on who could be um Green Hoodie. And let's say this can be part 2 because there's multiple ways to kind of give us an idea of who this person could be. And I'm going to go over part of it today and then we'll probably do another one maybe tomorrow. We'll have to see. Okay, she did have it on. Okay. Now I would trust hindsight because I know hindsight's looked at that. So I don't know, how that would work. Again, I don't know if she could switch it off, pull a Brian Koberger and turn it silent. I don't know, but they love to use the whole Life 360, which is interesting. So, all right, let's get to the final part here and let's go over some stuff. Wow, we almost have 900 people in here. That's awesome. So, and this is a great time because I'm going to give you some really good, interesting hints on who Green Hoodie, and I'm going to try to do some more AI. I think, I know some people think it could be a man. I'm trying to get some good angles of the throat because, obviously us gentlemen have our Adam's apple. So I want to see if I can kind of maybe debunk that. Again, I can't say 1,000%. I know who Green Hoodie is, but I'm going to give you some pretty good clues right here. Okay, I'm gonna go.
Okay, oh my god, you guys, I'm getting some deja vu from this because I absolutely remember us talking about this a lot about is there an Adam's apple, is there not? All of these things. So it's just interesting. Wanted to kind of point that out because I know we've talked about it a lot. I can't see an Adam's apple, and like I said, the manliest view would be the one where they're coming through the bushes, in my opinion. But I still can call them the shim because I'm not 100% either way.
Full screen, you'll still be able to hear me. But let's just go over what are the things we just saw here that just blow me away. That how could law enforcement ignore all of this stuff? It's insane. You're telling me all this stuff happened and this person had nothing to do with his disappearance. Okay, let's go full screen. Yeah, she loves to say that. That's what I find, again, it's upgraded. There's proof of life, proof of life, proof of life, proof of life. But yet we can't tell if it's Sebastian, taking out the trash, right? And I don't think Seth would make something up if he can't tell that's his son. And anyway, all right. So let's just quickly recap what happened here before we get to the potential identity and some clues. So Green Hoodie exchanges with Kate.
Yes. Oh my gosh. So KJ Mac, I absolutely remember talking about the Faraday bags because that was really interesting too. So you could simply put your device in a Faraday bag for the moments you need to stop and, reading from collecting data. Yeah, because those ones will knock out signal and stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, because we were talking about like the camera jammers and how that would work, or were the cameras hacked, that sort of thing, because the hardwired ones would have to be. Good morning, Faye. So that's interesting as well. Yeah, the Faraday bags, they just knock out the signals for a cell. So if you put it in there, it can't be tracked. Hey, IML, good to see you. Ooh, Kylie, it says everyone Google why would rug dealers use Live 360 in their cars? I did, very interesting. Hmm. Yeah, you would think they would not want to use Live 360. Um, interesting.
P. Then Green Hoodie pulls out a phone as she's entering Texas Roadhouse. Probably, in my opinion, just theorizing. Now she's from entering the door and leaving. It's about 5 minutes difference. Now let me pause this. Hey, I'm talking here. Let me back up a little bit. From when she enters and exits is a little over 5 minutes. It takes her almost a minute from doorway to bathroom. So if we just kind of round it off to 2 minutes walking in and out, that leaves her about 3 minutes to do whatever she's doing in the ladies' restroom. I've heard that. That's interesting. Then KK, before she leaves, clearly puts in headphones. It is blatantly obvious. I think it's attached to a burner phone. And she's going to be getting instructions on where a second vehicle is going to meet up somewhere halfway before they get home. Then, as something we learned today, is as they are, as Green Hoodie is going out, she turns around as if she's signaling to somebody, which is the direction she's going to go back to, which I find very interesting. So much so that she's actually walking backwards for a few seconds. And in my next live, I'll actually overlay it with her when she's actually walking that direction versus when, like I always said I was going to do. That'll be interesting to see.
Okay, guys, and this person is even saying Life 360 can be manipulated. It surely can. We've talked about that too. I even had somebody tell me like a life experience with that. So this is interesting though. Kylie says Google says that Life 360 has been targeted by traffickers, or for use of illegal surveillance. So that's interesting, right? Yeah, because they're keeping track of their peeps, right? And um yeah, because they have to deliver them or whatever. Oh my god, that's so creepy. Um you know what is insane? Prosthetic Adams Apple probably exists somewhere. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. In some CAA back room with the costume props. Oh Lord, that's hilarious, KJ. Fake Adam's apple. I mean, because that's like one way to really change it up, right? If somebody's looking for a man or a woman. That's too funny. So, thanks, Robini. Thank you so much. I bet you it's better to see on the big screen, too. But I like to zoom in also. KJ with people wanting to exchange. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that too. Ew. Blah. All right, here we go.
Green Hoodie drops off or meets with somebody over to the north for 20 seconds. Which again, why? If none of this has to do with Sebastian, this is just one of the biggest multiple red flag coincidences that have absolutely nothing to do with the last sighting of Sebastian Rogers. Come on now. I mean, look at this list. I could add more. This is just like the highlights, right? Then she goes one direction, north, which is not the direction she originally came from. And then as she's leaving, she is hoofing it as if she needs to go use the restroom again. I guess now the ladies' restroom at Texas Roadhouse is too far away and she's going to go use another establishment. I don't know, but she clearly seems to be in a hurry after she just did some kind of meeting over here. So, what's going on there? Okay, now let's get to the clues on who Green Hoodie could be. And I haven't looked at the poll yet for a bit. 83%. We got over 500 votes. Most people think it's related to the stink feet. I agree. Okay.
Good night, Crazy Bird.
Yeah, I don't think it was the next day, Cowgal. I don't know. I think that was after they learned that she went back after at night's team went and collected it in December or November, December, sometime in around in there. Because yeah, so late November, December, somewhere around in there. And from what I understand, I think Silvers even had a part in that because he spoke with the established a couple employees that they felt because they knew about the case and they're like they were kind of weirded out because they thought it was strange that nobody had come to collect their footage. And thank God that these people did that because I don't know what the hell Sumner County was thinking. It's his last known location, and as far as I know, they didn't collect his footage.
Okay, so I don't know if this is 100% or not, but this is what makes me believe that they didn't. And then also with the Worsham's footage not being, properly gathered and things like that, right? Did they see all they needed to in the neighborhood? I mean, what the hell? So you mean to tell me you didn't pick up surveillance from that time frame and look over it from the area of Warsham's? Warsham's is just right down from the school. Unbelievable, right? So if this is true, this is outrageous. And this is what I'm talking about when I get pissed off about this whole situation. This is why, right? This is why I don't have any faith in the police. And then their smug ass attitudes when we're there to Seth, right? Because he's Sebastian's father and he deserves better than this. And Sebastian deserves better than this.
And this is going to speak volumes when we learn here in just a minute. Sorry, I've got so many messages going on.
Green
I appreciate
hoodie guy.
Hey, all that is unseen. I know. Hey, I need to catch up because I didn't go live a couple times this week, so I'll have some extra long lives and review some Mob Crew. But a lot of this is really interesting, and again, it sparks conversation. So even if there's certain things that I'm like, well, I don't know about this, or what about this? I mean, this is what's great about sparking more conversation for Sebastian. And then Mob gets like 800 people in his chat. You know what I'm saying? So like him putting all of this out, and then people watching and reviewing it and things like that. That's the way that we could work together. Um, Most definitely. So, but thank you for being here. All that is unseen. We're just, just trying to figure this out.
Do you know anything about that?
Oh, we got Nick the Hat. Welcome, Nick. Maybe Nick could elaborate when they got it. Again, we got so many people in here. I can't. It's hard to find a specific individual. So maybe he could add context if he's comfortable sharing that. Unleash Snarky Kraken. Thank you, Sassy. So this is my assumption. And Cowgal, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Sorry, I'm just kind of trying to play catch up. I appreciate that, Nick. Again, I appreciate what you guys done. I mean, getting this footage is huge, in my opinion. I love it. And I want to believe in At Night. I really do. I just feel like I'm just being brutally honest. I feel like, it hasn't been the best. And again, and I'm not, clearly other people feel the same, but I do appreciate, I think this could be one of the big leads. And thank God your team got it.
I think that the information that At Night has put out there has definitely helped elevate public interest, and it also has helped us understand the situation a little better. If it wasn't for this footage, we wouldn't know certain things. We wouldn't be able to come up with certain ideas on our own behalf. And I think that the public likes that. I think we like to be able to take in information and then discern how we feel about it and what we think about it independently, right? All of us want to have that freedom to understand a situation on our very own and see it with our own two eyes, hear it with our own two ears. So, absolutely. I agree with Chris. I believe that there's more that can be done. Um, Use your star power, right? Send Dog to the gathering. If Dog came to the gathering, I would forgive him for not sharing the strike and spare footage, right? That would be, squashed and we would be friends again. No, I'm just kidding. I just wish that that was released, or if they could have just come in and let us know, hey, the reason why we can't, or something like that. Instead, we get a still shot, very awkward angle. at least we can say that they went there. I would like to know a time frame. What time did they leave the bowling alley? If they were there for 10 minutes, I can deduct 10 minutes. What time they leave? I know. I ask a lot. Faye says, how did Craddock find in a day who the green hoodie was and cleared him, her, it, right? Or her, him, or it. I know. I don't know, Faye. That's why I'm like, why, when, where, and how did they clear this person? Why? Is a big question. How did they, and then how did they clear them? Like, in what ways? Because they didn't elaborate on that. It's again, let's sweep it under the rug. Nothing to see here. Just like the lights video, just like all of it. So, no, I don't know. It's weird. Nick was saying some stuff in the comments that was interesting about law enforcement. So kind of different than what he had wrote the day before. So again, I mean, I don't know. The thing is that I would like to pat Snuggle Struggles on the back, but I just can't bring myself to do that. Not after I experienced what I experienced. Um, Look, I just wanted to get the friggin' prayer and the cake and go live for that. And instead, I get all of this drama that was not caused by us. And they hit one of the signs that somebody worked hard on to make for Sebastian, for the Honk for Sebastian event. If they can't show any self-control on that, I was very disappointed. I'll just say that, I'm nobody's mother besides to one daughter, but I'm here to tell you that the way that they acted, I'm highly disappointed in that. It really pained me to, field a bunch of people asking me, did they really flip Seth off? Oh my God. I mean, it's terrible. It's terrible to think that that would even be a topic of conversation, that I wouldn't look at someone and be like, stop causing drama. No, that really transpired as far as other people saw, right? But I saw enough. When you give a thumbs up like that, and in every single picture we see Sebastian when he's really happy giving a thumbs up, that to me is worse to give me a thumbs up than to flip me the bird. It was so disrespectful. And I'm just glad that we all maintained our self-control, because they were trying to make us come up out of our character.
So I do want to reiterate that, but I have no love for Sumner County Sheriff's Office. I'm sorry, I don't. And that doesn't go to everybody that works there. Clearly,
ain't got no love for Sumner County. No, I'm just kidding.
It just goes to a few certain individuals. All right, so this would be my understanding, because even I'm going to play the audio. So it's released on December 7th, right? I think you guys kind of teased it a few days before. And then the first video went up on December 7th. And please correct me if I'm wrong in chat. Just let me know, because again, when you have so many people in here, it's hard to find one individual. So.
Oh my gosh. KJ says, she says it all here. Law enforcement's behavior is indicative of the bias they carry. It's 100% affects the way that the approach of the cases, right? I exactly agree with that, right? It's a fact. It's not an opinion. That statement is a big red flag. Yeah, several red flag. Bias affects behavior, behavior affects performance. It's a fact, right? And leadership reflects on the other people in the police force, and they were completely ignoring us. I was in a good mood too. I was like, hi, saying hi to everybody, giving people hugs. Oh, how you doing? Right? And they just walked past you like you didn't exist. Right? I don't like feeling like I don't exist to a public servant, that I know it's not my tax dollars, but it's somebody that I care for, or one of my close friends that is paying to live in an area where they treat people that way. And that's not the way you act. You have to show a better example of yourself. And I know that Sheriff Craddock knows how to do this. The fact that he is refusing is very suspicious, even to the level of being suspicious to me. For what? Right? I mean, his demeanor is completely different from one instance to the next. It's like Jekyll and Hyde. If he's campaigning, oh boy, he's got that big flashy smile on, and oh boy, he's got that spike going in the front, you know? But when he gets up there and he's, made to made to answer questions that are asked of him, he despises it and it's written all over his face. So yeah, the way that he is portraying himself and handling himself and carrying himself about this situation is directly going to affect and reflect throughout Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Because I'm here to tell you, Gallatin was beeping for us. Gallatin was honking for Sebastian. And his father, who's there advocating for him. Because I know that it is absolutely unequivocally about Sebastian, but it's also for the family members who are there, who were there to support so they don't stand alone. Go ahead and ignore me too. Right? But I'm going to stand with you here. So you're not the only one that's being ignored. Yeah, go ahead and point at me too, because you're not going to point at Seth without pointing at me too. Right? Absolutely piss poor behavior on behalf of law enforcement. Shameful. Or should I say shameless?
I do apologize. So let's listen to Crispy.
Can Katie explain, or can you explain why this gentleman was next to the car? What that actual, like, what was happening in that footage? Is that footage correct?
What I can tell you about that is law enforcement has talked to Katie. She's been able to answer all their questions. And once again, there is nothing to that.
Okay. Thank you, Crispy. As always, he's always in there speaking a little bit of truth, mostly bullshit, but there's always a little bit of, truth behind what he says, right? So again, why I have it in yellow is for two reasons. One, I'm just kind of assuming the date that they would have interviewed her, right? would have to have been directly after this came out and everybody was blowing up Sumner County's tip line with the green hoodie, right? So I would assume, unless somebody in chat knows something that I don't,
I personally do not know when this interview supposedly, if there even was one, transpired with Katie, if they texted each other, if they called each other. I have no idea. They don't seem to document these transactions. But either way, I do believe that Katie was interviewed or called or contacted some way, maybe the 8th through the 13th, if it even if it didn't or if it did happen, excuse me, if it did happen, and then even if it didn't, it wouldn't surprise me because they weren't trying to get any of this footage allegedly. Right? So they're not doing a proper investigation. Again, I'm not getting on board with that. Do your job. Just do your job. That's all we're asking for you to do. All of that footage should have been collected. Any bit that could have been collected, even on the way home. Even on the way home. Detroit, you got that right. Simple human kindness goes a long way. There is absolutely no excuse for not showing your fellow human kindness and compassion to a grieving, worried father and just ignore him. It is unfathomable. Amen, Detroit. It really is, because it could be any one of us that has this horrible experience. I mean, just even look at little Athena Strand. I mean, that FedEx driver took her life at 7 years old, just in the blink of an eye, not even thinking about it, not caring about it, right? And she was just out playing, you know, by her home where she should be safe. It's very, very unfortunate. And, you know, these tragic events happen. We're not guaranteed tomorrow. And it is unfathomable to think that you can't even relate to another parent. Craddock is a father too. I relate more to Seth than Craddock does, apparently, because I won't let him stand there by himself. You know, I'll be damned. And we watched him do it to him the first time he was standing out there with Jen and everybody else that came, you know? And those are the same people that showed up again. And they're the same people that'll show up again, you know, because of that right there. Just simple human kindness. And the fact that you want to show up. Every person that honked their horn for Sebastian, every single one of them was just doing the right thing. That's it. You know? That's it. Oh, Detroit, it's awful. It was awful. I shared the three parents, their statements. Awful. Awful. I know. I know. I need to do like a nice video for her, for Athena. Oh, that friggin' monster and his mother enabling him. Oh Lord. Yeah. But I did follow that case when she went missing and things like that. And so I did want to check on the trial, but it is very brutal, and they have given a lot of details that no parent should ever have to listen to ever. Um, Guys, I would have to be in a Hannibal Lecter costume to be sitting in that same courtroom with that monster if that monster hurt my little 7-year-old baby. I'm telling you what.
I would think that they would have probably interviewed her sometime between December 8th and 10th, directly after that was released. And even Crispy correlates that. Then this happens.
Situation. I mean, law enforcement even put out a statement. Has nothing to do with it. Has nothing.
Right.
Sumner County then claims that they interviewed Green Hoodie on December 13th, which gives us a 6-day window. And really, I would put it down to maybe a 5-day window, right? Because if it's released on the 7th, people start looking at it. Maybe tips start coming in mid 7th. I can't remember what time it was released. So I would think they would start working on it on the 8th, right? Just kind of spitballing here. So if we say the 8th, then that puts us at a 5-day window. And they found this person who we know that this person does not get in a vehicle. This Green Hoodie person is not a patron. The workers had no idea who this person was, never seen them before or after, as far as we know. So no vehicle, no, that we can see on camera. And again, now we're in December. We're what? February. We'll start with March. So March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. Geez, 8 months out. Do you think any of these other establishments around here would have kept their footage? I mean, it's always possible. I mean, do they even have cameras back here? Right? I'm sure there's probably a camera or two somewhere, but you're betting on, would these establishments know to keep that footage? I mean, Texas Roadhouse was only as because there was a few that knew about the case and they were concerned because nobody allegedly came to get the footage.
Hello, and they knew about the case because Sebastian was actually visiting there that night, right? Um, so absolutely, but yeah, I mean the thing is these businesses very well could have had footage back then, but do they still have it? Did law enforcement even bother? It's like, Craddock, can you not fucking be bothered? This is the problem. Even with the Warshims, and again, I bring up Warshims because of where it's located, because allegedly people were going up to Chloe PI multiple times saying, "Oh, I saw Kathy Bauer socks over yonder." Okay, I mean, several of them, right? Three at least. We saw Kathy. She was over there by the storage, right? In the morning. Melissa, oh, we've been searching since 6:30 a.m. Yeah, you idiot. Thanks for letting us know. I mean, come on. And it's very frustrating because the police don't feel like following any of those breadcrumbs, you know? And KJ, you're precisely right here. I'm not following that case at all intentionally. It's enough for me to know that monsters are real and they are human. I mean, absolutely awful. I don't want to know a lot of the details, KJ, because I'm with you on that. I am with you on that. Um, no, I'm not the one that likes to look at the crime scene photos and all of that. I'm not. Um, I think I can gather enough, knowing that poor little baby was taken by that monster and no good intentions.
So, even if this individual went into a car somewhere, how would they get the license plate, right? If they didn't have any footage to get it from, because I'm sure all these other establishments, if they did have footage, have been recorded over. Now, they could do a geofence. And again, I'm not an expert, so this next part is really just.
Groot, he typically would get on the bus about 7 a.m., as far as I know. So wake up time was 6. He'd get to the bus around 7, as far as I know. But that's a good question.
A little bit of chat GPT. You could get phone records within a couple of days. Depends on the phone service. I understand Apple's pretty strict. I don't know if they've opened up. Now people can have Apple devices and have another, obviously T-Mobile, whatever. But and yeah, so we're talking days to get some kind of court order. It's certainly possible they could have gotten something. Geofencing in itself is going to take at least days to establish, from what I understand.
Yeah, and they could have just got that information right from the Texas Roadhouse. They have all of that data. It's stored and saved, and it's used to, for marketing purposes and other, things like that.
So if you get what I'm trying to say here is, if they're trying to get her cell phone, if they don't have a number, they would have to geofence it, and that's going to take a bit to pull off.
Allegedly, yeah.
I don't think they could do that in 5-6 days. And let me know. And if I get something wrong, somebody knows something more that I don't, and if I misquoted something, please correct me. Again, this is.
I'm sure that's how they did find the green hoodie. That's my best guess anyway, because that would be the easiest way to find them, is that if their phone was located in that vicinity and they went in there and it linked up, something like that. Either that or they never did talk to him, because the whole thing stinks. It just stinks. And allegedly Detroit, they were at the Costco on Saturday, BJ's on Sunday. But I don't even know if that's true, because I do think that picture with Sebastian in the Optimism t-shirt looks younger. I could be wrong. And that's the same picture that Seth alleges that Katie was, pushing in his face. Look, he was happy in this picture. Well, great, Katie. That was Saturday, allegedly. So, what a mess.
This is just a little bit of chat GPT, a little, but I was asking chat GPT, I'm like, how would they know if there's no footage of a vehicle? They don't have a license plate to go off of. You can we can't even recognize the person. Yeah, there's a long shot. Somebody called in and tip said, yeah, I know exactly who that person is. That's possible. I don't think so, but
Yeah, I don't think so either. KJ, I didn't even know people were putting her picture out. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh, that's terrible. No, that should never, they shouldn't put that out. Nobody, I mean, because I think I know which picture you're talking about. And there was evidence that, yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, I don't want to see that. Especially a little kid. Groot says, didn't KP say she got up at 6:20 or 30 a.m. and noticed Sebastian was gone? If so, why? No, what she said was that she went to go wake him up at 6, right? And then she said she took the second and walked through the house. And then she said, in another interview that it took her about 2 or 3 minutes to figure out that Sebastian wasn't in the house. And then she called Chris right away. And then Chris said, I looked for told her to look for all the normal places he would be. And then when we realized that he wasn't in the house, I immediately had her call 911. Immediately. Now, my issue with that time frame and that story is that I don't know that it would be an immediate concern if you haven't looked around the neighborhood or anything like that. But they instead immediately called law enforcement, making it seem like Sebastian ran away. And again, we know that Katie was driving around the neighborhood looking for Sebastian with her window rolled up. All of them. Not one even cracked open. Here's another one. Right? And then this is the bus to the school, but it's for the other kids. So Sebastian gets on the 7 o'clock. But again, there's KK doing the most not to find Sebastian. In my opinion, deliberately.
We'll throw it in there just to be looking at all angles, right?
No worries, Groot.
Or
Mm-hmm.
was it this? One second here.
Who the green hoodie person is?
Oh, let me play Seth real quick, and then we'll answer why I think.
Well, and I agree, Sasha. We have talked about that too and questioned it, right? Because, you have Katie who is getting Sebastian up at 6. He's got to be at the end of the block to catch the bus at 7. And, she was on Queen Bee talking about how Sebastian's, they figure everything out in the morning and it seems so rushed. And it's like he only gets an hour, right, to wake up, brush your teeth, wash your face, buy a lunch, take a lunch, right? And many of the times we know as moms, even if you only have one, you kind of prepare that stuff at night and then for them in the morning, right? So, I mean, that way it's just a smoother morning, especially when you have a teenager and teenagers are, hateful in the morning. And so that's a big part of it, right? And we've questioned it because it's just a lot to do everything in the morning. Also, did Sebastian ever take a shower on Sunday night? That was never discussed. It was discussed that Sebastian needed to wear more deodorant, which was rude as hell, Katie. But never talked about him, winding down, taking a shower, right, setting up his school stuff, making sure everything was ready in his backpack. None of that. Discussing whether he was going to take her buy a lunch on Monday or anything like that. Again, I think it's all a big manufactured story, in my opinion. It's all bullshit.
Did Ellie tell us who the green hoodie person is? You don't have to say if you can't. They did not tell us who the green hoodie person was, but we are 100% confident that they made contact with this person and that person is not affiliated with with this situation, as per their statement.
Oh.
They went as far as showing me the body cam that they had made contact with the individual.
So there's body cam footage.
I want to see it. No, I'm just kidding.
But they don't show
Not
the
kidding, really,
individual's
though.
face. Now, I don't know if it's in this quote. I think there's 2 times he talks about this.
They did not show me their face.
Oh, it is.
And they did not tell me their name.
So,
right. Didn't tell them the name, didn't show the face. How is he supposed to know if that's the green hoodie or not? There was no audio. Man, I'm sorry, Seth.
Oh, once again,
And I know you don't even mind me saying it, but I feel even more sorry for Sebastian.
County, what the fuck?
Oh.
We found the individual. We're going to bring you in and we're going to show you the body cam footage, but we're just going to blur the entire fucking thing out. And we're going to pull a fish sticks where we go, hey, look at this backyard at 3:00 in the morning. There's nothing going on except I'm going to blur half the background.
Pulling a fish stick.
And then come to find out when it was unblurred, there was a bunch of shit going on.
Snap.
Why in the fuck would they do this? Pardon my French, but why?
Say it.
How does that make sense? But he heard the voice.
Because they don't want the individual harassed. But they did make contact.
Yeah, but Seth isn't going to go harass the individual. But how is he ever going to know for sure when you give him this grainy ass shit? Oh, this is a trash truck. Oh, this is Sebastian. Oh, but you can't tell. This is the green hoodie. Idiots. Look at Seth's face, you guys. It's bullshit. I'm so tired of it.
Makes no sense.
And it is definitely nobody I know.
So all he has to go off is a voice. Again, I wouldn't put past Sumner County. Again, and it doesn't go to all of them, but I have beef with some of them because again, I have sent a lot of stuff in, and yeah.
They're not
Anyway,
going to respond. They're not, and you know what? They're not going to respond. Look, and I don't want to stick up for these imbeciles. I don't. But I'm here to tell you, they treat us like, they're the nastiest honey badgers, and then they come along. We give them the information as a YouTuber, as whatever. Same thing in Devlin's case when there was deleted posts, but I had all the ones that were previously there, right? And we had the date because Piper had, noticed that they were deleted. Her team did, right? Law enforcement has never contacted me back about that, ever. They're not going to. Right? They say, thanks for the treat, stupid. And then they run off like a nasty ass fucking honey badger. They are not going to contact Chris. It doesn't matter if Chris delivers on a golden platter every clue and every bit of proof that Chris and Katie or whoever was involved in Sebastian's disappearance. They're never going to contact him. You know what I mean? We're just going to see the handcuffs roll. Unfortunately, and I'm not trying to be rude. That's any of us. That's me too.
I wouldn't put it past them when they played some other body cam footage, but let's say they didn't. Let's say this is the individual. Hypothetically, what if it is KK's mother? Now, she lived in Virginia since 2007, I think, doing my research. Got registered as a S offender in 2005. She is now on that list where every 2 years she has to update her photo. Again, I guess we'd have to ask Seth, how much has Seth actually heard her voice? Is what I'm trying to say. That makes sense, right?
As far as I know, Seth doesn't know or associate himself with Katie's mother. Seth met Katie after Katie was taken away from her mother because her and her stepfather and God only knows who else was hurting Katie in the most horrific and awful ways that you could hurt a child. So no, Seth, I don't think knows this person or wants to. He was, however, very upset when Katie decided to leave Sebastian around her. Again, imbecile. Oh, there's
Yeah, I'm gonna
Snug
look into that, Nick. Thank God I got some good programs, and they updated the AI enhancement tool and stuff. I'm gonna.
Well, here's the thing. The green hoodie has been cleared by law enforcement allegedly. Might not be a court of public opinion, might not be with At Night, but they came out and made a statement. Snuggy Struggy and his, other person, his chief deputy, right, who took over his position, said that the green hoodie's cleared. That they talked to them, that, we just listened to Seth and what Seth was told by law enforcement.
Look at Yellow Raincoat. I know a lot of people bring that one up. I have to focus on one individual until I break every single thing they do, until I'm done with that, then I'll move on. I will get to them. But yeah, that's interesting.
Okay, and All This Unseen says Seth is truly a warrior. I honestly couldn't. I agree. You know? Have you never seen that nasty ass honey badger video? There's like this guy in the background and he's talking about how nasty the honey badger is. But yeah, that's how law enforcement treats, people with leads. They're like, thanks for the treat, stupid, and then they run away. Okay, they're never gonna call us. They're never gonna update us until they come out and they're doing the perp walk, and you're like, hopefully that was because of my lead, right? Unfortunately, I hate to break it, but it is. That's how it is. And I've dealt with it in Devlin's case personally. Sebastian's case as well. They've never contacted me back. I mean, I've sent them every single bit of anything that I thought would be of value. No one's contacted me back, not even At Night. They just say, thanks for the treat, stupid. They go on. So it's not just Chris. It's not, anything personal. It's just how they roll.
But continuing on, again, no love lost for me for this piece of trash. I'm sorry. I am sorry. I feel like I'm sure there's some good people in Sumner County and probably want to do the right thing, but I think there's some bad apples in there. And I really think the other thing is I think they knew they screwed up. They fed a bunch of people, not locals, but even the people that like witnesses told them the stupid garbage truck light thing, told Seth that. We know that's all bullshit. We've completely debunked it, absolutely destroyed it to the 10th, degree. Ended that debate. And we know there's a vehicle, and it may not be that, because now if he never made it home, I could kind of see where they were hesitant to release that vehicle, because if he didn't make it home, then yeah, what is Katie grabbing out of that vehicle, which is probably Sebastian's clothes? But still, why wouldn't they release that? Even if it wasn't like had Sebastian in that vehicle, why wouldn't they release that? Just like in Nancy Guthrie case, like the public is your best friend. We've seen that.
Oh, it would help us out.
And I think it
would help us to show us the video so we can discern and decipher it ourselves, because that's what we want to do, right? Because anybody can tell us anything. And that's where it seems like they're doing the old bait and switch. Like, oh, here you go, here's this. And, it isn't really that at all. That's some sneaky ass shit, in my opinion. It really is.
They are going to get slammed when this case breaks open. And I'm sorry, karma's a bitch. thanks to At Night with this. And again, this is such amazing stuff to have this released. And again, and also speaking with Silvers and getting that background of it, a little bit more to the story about, these amazing people at Texas Roadhouse who, did a great thing by preserving this footage, which, in my opinion, is going to be huge one day. So back to Green Hoodie and the identity. And yes, we will, we will. Okay, my phone is going off like crazy. Give me a second.
Oh, absolutely, Seth. And, Seth says, remember, I always said they told me or I was informed. I have never believed them or anything they have told me. Sumner County Sheriff's Office or the prophets. I know. I mean, and you could tell just by the way that you're talking, that it wasn't something that you felt confident in at all, that you were just kind of relaying that message. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for clarifying though too. Just for people who, didn't pick up on that because, it's a tough position to be in. You don't want to have to bash law enforcement. Then, you're also saying, I really can't trust these guys, but none of us felt like we could trust them either. So, I mean, I think that's just a good intuition there.
Second here. Oh, okay. All right. I'm sorry. I am getting emailed and text by a bunch of people. Everybody's trying to give me. I'm going to go over the hoodie because I've been working on that separately, like the what's on the hoodie, and this will also lead into, who is Green Hoodie. Okay. So we've gone over heights. We kind of went over that yesterday, so I'm not going to touch on that too much. But I told you guys, if anybody enters the same space in a camera that is static, so I'm going to go full screen here real quick. This will go real fast. And then I'll stop to read some chat for a minute. As you can see, there's Sebastian. Sebastian's 5'5" at the time. KK is 5'7". But Sebastian and Green Hoodie entered the same space. Not the same exact time, obviously. But since it's a static camera, I can overlay them, right? And we can see that Green Hoodie is slightly taller than Sebastian. So we can say that Green Hoodie is somewhere between 5'6" to 5'8", right? Okay, so now we know pretty much the approximate height of Green Hoodie.
Yeah, and I'd say that would be pretty accurate. Just looking at this, the lineup, right? So you can see Sebastian's outline is here. The Green Hoodies is just above that, right? Right here. I was kind of using the bricks to decipher that, but again, this is a good representation here, in my opinion.
Which in my opinion is big. Okay. KK's mother, we've gone over this. I think she's the best candidate. Her last photo. Now she's going to have another photo coming up next month.
Okay, guys, and I just don't think that there's any way to, in my opinion, decipher this. And again, this is why we like to look at these things, right, ourselves and kind of make up our own mind, right? Because if we're looking at this side by side, this hair kind of does look, but again, her mom pulls her hair back. She's not got really short hair, in my opinion. This doesn't really tell me much. This doesn't really tell me anything at all. It's a blur, right? Now, what this tells me is that this scoops down, right? This hoodie scoops down, and then there's another shirt and another shirt again, right? So you can see the white, the black, and then the hoodie. Now, is this a zip up, right? Because right here it looks like a big break in the hoodie. And usually, typically, hoodies go up really far. up to the top of the neck, right here. But you see how it swoops down. There's a white t-shirt, a black t-shirt, and then the hoodie, in my opinion. And it looks to me like it's a zip up, and I think that's why we're having so much trouble deciphering the logo, is because it's a zip up hoodie and not a pullover.
I'm actually almost a month from a few days. I think it's May 20th. Yeah, May 20th. Or oh no, that's too. Oh, I'm sorry, but yeah, sometime in May. Before that, she had long hair. Right after Sebastian went missing, she had short blonde hair. She had the butch haircut. I keep forgetting to bring this up or show this. In her files, and anybody can look this up. Frances Rosenbaum. Her height is set at 5'7". Pretty much the same height as Katie. Oh, May 24th. Okay. Thank you. So we're
Okay, so I'll be interested to see the new picture of Francis. And Seth says, I wanted to believe that, KJ, but experience is telling me that their lack of spreading proper pictures of Sebastian or even speaking about him being missing is very telling. And I agree with that as well. And, you know, I might have missed KJ. Oh, everything in me wants to believe that Ellie is just holding information close to solve the case, but my realistic and logical mind says otherwise. Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I do. I agree. Um, and it's very telling, as Seth said, just their actions speak louder than words, in my opinion. So they can say whatever they want in their statements, their public statements, but their actions are speaking otherwise.
So we're a month and a week out. I think she's got the body type for it.
Oh, sorry guys. I was muted on so I don't think this matches up. I do not. Okay? And again, it's just what I'm seeing, and maybe, you know, Katie's mom was a little bit thinner or had lost some weight or something to that effect, right? But you see her thighs are thick, right? She does have some thick thighs here. The green hoodie does not have that thick of thighs, right? And the pants are baggy on her. Now, Katie's mom seems to like to wear like the tighter leggings types. This lady is not. Obviously, she could, you know, wear pants like this if she wanted, but she would be much bigger. In my opinion, her hips are large. Also, her bust. Okay. Again, I'm not trying to be gross or anything like that, but for the sake of analyzing this, in my opinion, this does not match up. The height does. Maybe even the hair if she decided to cut it short, but Katie's mom does not keep her hair short. She wears it long.
And then, of course, this is years before, but this is her most recent one. Or no, I'm sorry. No, that was the one before. Excuse me.
All right. So this is Katie's mom in 2022. Again, with the hair pulled back, but also I just don't see the direct correlation with the green hoodie, in my opinion.
That was 2022.
Happy birthday to you.
That's her singing happy birthday to a child. Disturbing.
Yeah, and look how thin the green hoodie is, right? In my opinion, they're about average, right? They're
Last
not
big thing.
over terribly, they're not under.
Right here. See if you guys agree with.
And again, in this picture, let me just back this up a little bit. Sorry, here we go to the green hoodie. All right, again, you can see them thick legs.
Happy birthday to a child.
All right, so now
Disturbing.
when the green hoodie is coming up, you could also, I'm gonna have to make it. Sorry, hold on one second.
Last big thing.
All right, you can also see the black shirt and the white shirt. The white shirt is under the black shirt, and then the hoodie is over it. And it does appear that there may be a zip up hoodie. Right. I'm sorry, Seth. I'm like, I'm trying to be kind, about it because I'm not trying to, but I'm just saying her legs are large, right? And larger than the hoodie on a side by side. And even though the hoodie's wearing baggier pants, in my opinion.
Thing right here. See if you guys agree with me.
This green hoodie guy.
Yeah, and the side profile here, it would have been bazoogas over the shoulders, shoulder holders, right? But we don't see that. Very flat affect in front on the hoodie, and she would have been more boobs.
Do you know any
more boobs, more thigh, more leg?
anything about that? Can Kate?
So after everything I said, I think we all struggled to think like, how in the hell did Sumner County find this green hoodie person in such a short amount of time? Unless a certain interview with somebody led them to that individual. Let's take a listen.
Explain, or can you explain why this gentleman was next to the car? What that actual, like, what was happening in that footage? Is that footage correct?
What I can tell you about that is law enforcement has talked to Katie. They've answered. She's been able to answer all their questions.
Okay, I'm sorry but I'm just saying Butch as, yeah, I'm not trying to be offensive or anything. I mean, there's nothing wrong with short hair. Short hair. She has short hair. But no, it's short. It's cut. Cool Cougar. It's cut.
Yeah, green hoodie's hair is definitely cut. We can see that on the profile. We can see that from the back view of the hoodie, of the green hoodie person. Katie's mom, though, again, I believe she pulls her hair back, and because she's got curly hair, it's not like it's gonna be like somebody with straight hair that is just slicked back all the way. It's gonna be a little frizz, a little bit of frazzle dazzle, okay, with us girls that have curly hair. Especially in the humidity.
Anyways, but I hope I didn't offend anybody with the Butch thing. Again, I'm just saying, people have referenced green hoodie as with a Butch haircut. That's why I said Butch. The hair is cut. Okay. Sorry, now I got sidetracked, but I do want to clear that up because I don't want to offend anybody and get, but yeah.
Can Katie explain, or can you explain why this gentleman
now remember,
was next to
the video
car?
you're seeing of her is years before, right? I don't know when's the last time we've actually had a video of her that is closer to around his disappearance. Right? Now, again, but just listen to this. And if you disagree, that's fine. Again, we're just here to kind of, but this is what I'm trying to point out. Sorry, let's get past the birthday part.
Ugh.
In that footage, is that footage correct?
What I can tell you about that is law enforcement has talked to Katie. They've answered. She's been able to answer all their questions. And once again, there is nothing to that situation. I mean, law enforcement even put out a statement. There's nothing.
So do you think the interview...
Did you hear that like tremble in his voice? There's nothing. Oh, whatever, Crispy.
With Miss KK Stinkfeet? Do you think it's a coincidence that happened and then they found the individual shortly after? When before that, in my opinion, they had really, unless, again, I don't know everything. We don't see a vehicle. Yes, there's geofencing, but that takes a lot longer. If they had a phone number, they could get phone records within a day or two. It just depends on the judge. facial recognition, maybe, but I doubt it with this.
Well, and I think that they would need to have probable cause, right? They would absolutely need to have some probable cause and then have the judge sign off on it, in my opinion.
Footage, again, this footage is not the best, and I've got the, even the AI enhanced, and I still can't, I can see the face, but, unless did they run that face through, a Fender list? I think, in my opinion, and it doesn't mean I'm saying this 1,000%.
Mm-hmm.
I think this interview led to Green Hoodie. Let me know what you think in chat. If you disagree, I mean, that's what we're all here for. Speak our opinions, but I think it'd just be ludicrous unless a license plate and a phone number, they'd be able to find this individual in 5 to 6 days. There's also a little bit more, but yeah. And the hoodie. And that's going to be a part 3 because we're working on that, because the hoodie also corroborates who my main person of interest on Green Hoodie is. So yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is what's crazy. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I didn't offend anybody. But yeah, the hair was cut short. And that really, so far, it is looks like KK's mother, in my opinion. It's got a lot of connections to her, at least the direction that it's gone so far. I'll play this while I reach out. Doing this thing, but I can't unleash the Kraken family album of mugshots. Nice. Yeah. Love to see it. It's well overdue. Member Jennifer, thank you so much for 47 months. Been with me since practically day one. God bless you. And I hope you're doing well. Which I think is to a vehicle that's going to probably go and switch out with Sebastian. Something to that effect.
I think there we go.
The other way. So she is clearly communicating with somebody, which is obviously the direction she's going to go back to. But just before that, or just after that, car lights kick on as if there's somebody sitting in a side parking lot. She lights up her phone as if to hand it off, which I think is to a vehicle that's going to probably go and switch out with Sebastian. Something to that effect.
Well, Seth, that's interesting. They're upset that they actually have to do their due diligence. It sounds like Seth says, "I know that Detective Douche was set up, or excuse me, Detective Douche was upset that they supposedly spent 48 hours of OT or overtime to find, quote unquote, find the Green Hoodie and interview them." That's interesting. Wow. Yeah. Well, that's what they need to be doing. Whatever they have to do, right? I mean, they're not that busy, in my opinion. It seems like they had enough time to just sit in the office all day the whole week we were there. So that's just, and the week that you were there, I saw the same thing. Craddock likes to come in, go in through the same door, go up and hide in his office, in my opinion. What is Carter doing? Where's Mr. Carter at?
Oh, I don't know. Honestly, there's other people in chat that do a little bit more digging into the family affairs side of things. And so obviously my strengths are looking at video stuff clearly. So that's kind of where I stay in my lane with that. And then we all kind of put our heads together with all our strengths. Oh, Kitty. Oh, I'm sorry. I know you've been with me a long time. Just if there's anything I could maybe address. Uh, we have one or two contacts with the FBI. And this report's literally been in the works for over a year. And again, like I said, people in chat, there's people in here that know and have seen it. I'm going to start to slowly, allegedly, of course, all alleged, right? But the last thing I'm going to say, because what time do we start? Oh, okay. We're about to hit the 2-hour mark. That's perfect. I mentioned yesterday, we've been putting a report together for the FBI for a long time and for all the agencies, really. But we have one or two contacts with the FBI. And this report's literally been in the works for over a year. And again,
That was actually a pretty good spot right there. Sorry, I was watching the video.
we have one or two contacts with the FBI. And this report's literally been in the works for over a year.
I mean, even if the FBI does collect information, they're not going to tell us any updates, guys. I hate to break it. I know, don't fucking come for me, but I'm telling you the truth. All right, so look, right here, this is a longer stride of maybe a taller person or a thinner person. Do you see that? That's the top of the person, bottom. I don't know. That was a closer up that I could get. But again, yeah, they're not going to contact. It's not like they're going to start working with Mob Crew at the FBI.
Again,
It's not.
Said people
If they do get valid information from Mob Crew, they'll work it, and then there'll be arrest, in my opinion.
Yeah, there's people in here that know and have seen it. I'm gonna start to slowly release probably the rough draft on it on my Patreon. Maybe within a week or so, just little tidbits. But the goal is within by a month or so, our goal is to
definitely, KJ. Shoddy police work is the path of least resistance. Easy peasy. Yes, absolutely. And like they would say on Stranger Things, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Yeah, sit in front of the sheriff's department with a donut on a fishing pole and a pool of whiskey, and maybe maybe you will catch a snugglefish. Oh, that's hilarious. Toss donuts at LE and get their butts up, in my opinion. Get them off their butts. That's right. Oh my goodness. KJ, don't come for me. I'm just trying to say that because I know, we all want to think that, we're going to get some sort of, because it's exciting to be able to help out with a case like that. But really, you're an unsung hero is what you are when you're doing this type of investigative work and you're not an officer, right? You're an unsung hero. um no, in my opinion, even if somebody said, "Oh, I think Lady solved this case," I would be putting that money towards the next person who's missing. I wouldn't feel right taking it. So again, they're not going to work with any of us. They're just not. I know. Even if I love the creator, it doesn't matter. They're not going to work with us. They're not going to tell us nothing. They're going to take the information. Just think honey badger. And Seth says Sumner County and TBI will not accept anything from Chris. They have already told me this. Yeah, see, I mean, this is the thing that is messed up. They need to take it in. They need to take it in, at least and check it out, in my opinion, you know. So Seth says, KJ, I disagree. No work at all is least resistance. Well, it just, I mean, again, their actions are speaking louder than words, and then saying, well, we just need to, we're waiting on a clue. Waiting on something doesn't mean you're looking, so yeah, they did. Seth, I was hoping you not notice that, but I paused on that. Did that person call my son Sebastian? What the fuck? Seth, that's too funny. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I mean, I hate to say it because again, I would love for law enforcement to give me a follow up about the stuff I sent in for Devlin too. Um, but they're just not going to. We are the unsung heroes here. We gotta, accept that.
Have a 3-prong attack. We are going to release the Texas Roadhouse with everything that I've done with other people's work, all the stuff we have there. We're going to have the 3M video, which we pretty much cracked for the most part with insider information that pretty much seals, kind of what happened there. And it's going to be posted, on the channel. But of course, we're going to put it on Twitter. And we don't want to release it all at once. We want to hopefully release something that's big and shocking. So that gets some hype. And then release the other 2 parts. And that gets the attention. And all that stuff, of course, is going to go to the FBI. And
release the Kraken 1, 2, 3. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, again, and I'm glad that look, compiling all this information is important, right? I don't know about the insider sources. I don't know about stuff like that. I do know that locals contact the YouTubers, right? I mean, of course, and always grateful for our local people that are, again, willing to stand up, willing to say, okay, there's something not right here, all of this stuff. But again, it's something that you just don't expect any type of follow up, in my opinion.
And the other agencies, and hopefully, this is our big shot, right? Not going to say it's going to solve it, but this is, we're kind of fed up. It's 2 years too late, and 2 years too late, 2 years too long. And so this is it. So I have a lot of stuff I have to do behind the scenes, but I still have to maintain doing lives and keeping up. So I do appreciate everybody helping out. And I'm sorry, a lot of people emailed me and messaged me. You guys are awesome. I'll look at the footage you guys sent me. And yeah, it'll be cool if I can overlay something. And then the next live will likely be the hoodie. And I think that will kind of hopefully connect to who we think, at least in my opinion, is at the top of the list is person of interest. And let's just say, in theory, if that is Katie's mother, in theory, hypothetically, putting that out on the internet, and if we have enough that convinces enough people to look into it, I think it would be quite shocking to people to be like, this is KK's mother, who is a registered SO, is supposedly supposed to be living in Virginia, but is now in Tennessee the night he goes missing. And there's a bunch of funky stuff that she does before and after. And nobody has like just blown this out. This isn't on News Nation, all the major, big news outlets. Like, what is KK's mother? Again, hypothetically, I think there's no way people could turn a blind eye to this. The hope is FBI finally gets on certain agencies to, because there's got to be at least more than 3 actors involved, right?
I agree, Gru. I see that. And it's weird because the haircut looks completely different from the time they walk into the Texas Roadhouse, or when they're walking in to when they're in there, actually. It's so strange. But Groot says zoom in on the corner image, the baby curl. I mean, isn't that crazy? Like, and it looks like almost like that, swoop over to the side. Definitely looks more of like a manly haircut until they get inside and they're closer in the camera view. Because even from that side angle, when Green Hoodie is walking past that ashtray, the outdoor ashtray, still, but then when you get inside and you see the inside images and they're blurry and it's very hard to decipher. The hair looks more blonde. Right here, it's looking more reddish or a strawberry blonde, as we were saying earlier. So, this is just very concerning when we look at, it looks like a different person when they go inside the restaurant. It's weird. And again, right here, you could see this again, the white shirt, black shirt, very low to right here. And typically hoodies, pullovers are up here. I just want to point that out again because that's a good view of it. You can also see it here.
Which is really strange for a case in this day and age, right? There's very rare, there's like, serial killers. I'm not saying that Sebastian was killed, anything. I'm just using an analogy here. But, you never see like serial killers where they're working in teams, except for that one group. Back in the day, I forget.
No, they're usually very reclusive, introverted.
But yeah, in this day and age, I think they could squeeze some of the lower end people that knew some information, and then eventually it's dog eat dog. I know I said man eat man yesterday. It should be dog eat dog.
No, I think he got it right yesterday with the man eat man, right? Because we're dealing with humans, and I think that they'd start eating their own, um, cannibals or whatever. All that is unseen. Yeah, outside looks definitely like more manly, scraggly, but I don't know because this is what is always so strange about this is that Katie and Sebastian look exactly how they do inside and out. Why is it different for this hoodie? There's just something weird with it. There's just something really off with it, you know? Yeah, maybe it's Chrissy Poo's boyfriend. Who knows? Chrissy Poo. I know. And it's like, and you can kind of see that there's not really an apple, but then again, I don't know. It's just very weird. And again, I just don't see it 100% either way. So, yeah.
And then it's who's going to make the best deal, People are going to turn on themselves, and it should happen. So I'm going to end the poll. I think it's pretty. I mean, we almost have. Oh, I thought it was 800. Over 600 votes think it's family related to the stink feet, which I highly agree. Yeah, KK's upbringing was, it doesn't excuse what she may or may not have done with Sebastian, but still. Yeah, she is. She is tier 3. That's right. Right. I think she wanted to give it to Seth. And poor Seth, man. I feel so bad for that guy.
Mm-hmm. Sasha, yes.
I can't imagine his mental well-being. 2 years.
That's right, Seth.
Of just nonsense.
That's right, Seth. Exactly. Exactly. Seth says keep spreading Sebastian's picture and his story. He is out here and we just have to find him. That's right. You know? Yeah, they showed you when Sebastian walked to the car and that was it. Yeah, I remember you saying that before too. Um yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Very short-lived, right? And then but then again, they probably didn't want to show you the table, the conversation, everything that was going on. Um, so they obviously gathered that footage at the very least, at that point. Um, so
When I think they should have had this slam dunked after less than a month.
I thought it
Yeah,
was in the
I've
bag after
always said
Nancy Grace.
I hate the corruption. I feel like not everybody, but a lot of people like to lean into corruption. In this case, I don't know if like corruption would be the right word, but I think maybe turn a blind eye to certain things. At the very
That's
least,
corrupt.
I don't think directly involved. No, but I think
Turning a blind eye is corrupt as it comes. The only way for evil to exist is when good men stand by and do nothing, good women stand by and do nothing. That is absolutely the epitome of evil and injustice when you are willing to look at someone else or know about something and then you turn a blind eye. That's just as guilty as the one who did it, in my opinion.
I think they made a lot of mistakes and they knew it. Thank you, Sandy. Yeah, if anybody has it, I'll look at what it. I think I had like 5 people send me a video, so I'll look at it. We'll see if I go live tomorrow because I know I'm going to look at Yellow Coat as well. But I just want to finish up with Green Hoodie first and then move on to other stuff that's going around at Texas Roadhouse and then move on from there.
Laura, absolutely. And that's why I think it's super important for me to keep gathering up these threats, right? All of them. Even if they're not as specific, it was just something that we heard or, Chris saying it or whatever. People saying they were threatened by Chris because or any of their people, right? Because we know they have some sort of a little deranged posse that they run with. But absolutely. It's with the money and the threats, this is why they're not doing their job, in my opinion. Right? I have a very well-known and very good YouTuber who stepped away, and he was honest about the reason for stepping away. And it was because he's local and doesn't want to be threatened or his family to be in danger. I mean, Laura, that speaks volumes, in my opinion. when Jen was down there with Seth the first time, and Jeff is holding a sign out there, and a guy wants to come up and talk to Jeff about some other case, but he doesn't want to be on camera and talk about Sebastian, that's a problem. That's showing that they're in fear to speak out. And again, you can't just turn the blind eye to it. That's the problem. You're part of the problem, not the solution. The fact that they didn't even search for who Green Hoodie was until after At Night exposed the video says enough, in my opinion. Yeah, it speaks for itself. Yeah, I absolutely agree. Yeah, they didn't look to see who it was, and even the Yellow Jacket. Those are two people that had absolutely, unequivocally made contact with Katie for, I wouldn't say, a long period of time, but a significant amount of time. Enough time to have done something, right, where they could have involvement or something like that, especially when you see that that Yellow Jacket didn't get anything to eat. Neither did the Green Hoodie. They're hanging out by Katie's car. Then there's some kind of commotion. It's a big deal. And in my opinion, I can see that picture of Sebastian on Yellow Jacket's phone. Have they made contact with him? Because, if I could make a longer title, it would say, and why the hell haven't they, or when, or how, or why didn't they clear the Yellow Jacket guy, who it appears to have a picture of Sebastian on his phone when Katie's sitting there snapping pictures of Sebastian when he's not looking. Unbelievable. Bo says exactly, Seth. So I was shown a video of someone taking out the trash, but it was so dark and grainy that I was unable to make out who it is, and the FBI were never able to clear up the video enough to see it. Yeah, and it's to the best of my knowledge that even the neighbors were saying they couldn't make out who it was. You just couldn't tell, you know? So, yeah, that's just not good enough. That's not good enough. It's not proving that Sebastian made it home even.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting. You say military hairstyle.
Through that DNA resin. Only guilty people lie.
Yeah, because what could be on her hoodie, which I think, because again, this isn't just some Under Armour hoodie, right? Last thing I'll say, let's say it's like a Virginia of Commonwealth hoodie. Who's from Virginia? What if it's a Navy, and Navy has so many different kinds of different brands of hoodies? Oh my gosh, it's insane. I've spent hours just looking at hoodies in the shops trying to match it. But one interesting thing I'll leave you with is this hoodie has the characteristics of how Navy usually has their wording, which is in gold, block leather, and whatever's on the top is some kind of 4-letter word. Navy, USNA, United States Naval Academy, United States Naval Academy. So, yeah. All right, guys, I will end it there, right on the 8 p.m. mark. Thank you so much.
Okay, guys, so, there we go. Let's see here. Let me just put my big head over here. Okay, here we go. So, yeah, Faye, like I said, it's up in the air for me because, I mean, these could be the suspects. It's so strange how there's not a decent photo where we can make out a face of the Green Hoodie. It's very odd. And again, it appears to be the logo is fragmented, and I think it's because it's a zip up, and I know I can see that black shirt, that white shirt underneath the black shirt, and typically if you're wearing those hoodies you can't see that on a pullover. um and but Face says, has anybody checked out where Tex was that night allegedly? you know yeah, last proof of life was shown at the Texas Roadhouse for you, right, Seth? Right, so that's not that's not the same as having that proof of him actually making it home, right? Because yeah, when you ask for proof of life to be shown, that's what they showed you, is him walking out of the Texas Roadhouse. And yeah. So, and yeah, Seth, I'm glad you were able to go to Virginia and observe and report. Yeah, absolutely. That's why I kind of don't think it's Katie's mom, especially because it's very hard, and I just don't think she has that red hair tint to her hair. Although, because her hair seems more of like a blonde, like a white blonde. Um, so I just don't know that the Navy, I don't think the Navy would be um careless or sloppy enough, Bo, to wear a navy hoodie of any sort or type. I just don't think they're that naive or that stupid, in my opinion. I don't think it has anything to do with the Navy. No, that's my opinion, but I could be wrong. So, and boy, did that request for proof of life send a foot into a rage. Oh, did it ever? Did it ever? You know, I should do a highlights reel of Chris coming unglued, and for what reasons? Those are something to absolutely key in on. Yeah, Bo, I just don't see that. I don't know where this Navy stuff is coming. I'm not saying that there's no connections whatsoever. Because how did Lori get to the house? How did Lori get to the scene so fast before Seth? She lives much farther away, you know? So, be well, Seth. Oh, I and most people I see in chats just want Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers back with you and in your care, and for you both to have healing. Yeah, absolutely. All that is unseen. I do agree with that. I think that's majority. I do. I do. Yeah. Yeah, that's all you want, Seth, and that's the thing. Anytime that, you know, these people that are involved would like to come clean with the situation, it's all the better. It's just about finding Sebastian. So at this point, what happened here? Where is Sebastian? Oh yeah. Oh, they definitely absolutely hid information from Seth. Yeah, KJ. Yeah, definitely. We know for a fact they hid info from Seth 5 CPS, and they're still hiding the info because he still does not have access to, nor has it been closed. It's still open, that last report. So, um, I believe that last report is very telling, especially when we know that that last report was between the end of January, early February, when Chris Proudfoot finally decides to kick rocks for a while. Very interesting. Aw, thanks, Laura. Laura says, always praying for you, Seth, and Sebastian. Aw, you guys are the best. That graphic could be from anywhere in any time frame. In my opinion, I have 30-year-old sweatshirts. I know, honestly, I'm a ragamuffin. You know what? Hey, if it's a good, comfortable hoodie that's been worn and everything, those are the best. And it does look like that hoodie has been worn. It doesn't look new, right? It doesn't look crisp. It doesn't look new. It looks like it's been washed a bunch of times. And it also looks like it could be maybe even like, how do you say, like stretched out, or something like that. Um but again, I'm wondering if it is a zip up. Um Yeah, no, I just don't think they would be that silly. I don't. No. Mm-mm. No. KJ Maxx says, and all they have to do is tell Seth, that's right, what the visits were about. Yeah, but they don't. So I'm left to make conclusions in that vacuum. Well, and the thing is I think our conclusions would be correct. You know, whatever happened in that fifth report was a culmination of what was happening in everyone before it, as well as Sebastian was in counseling, and there could have been something that was brought to someone's attention that shouldn't have been bringing it to they brought it to the wrong people's attention, right? And then maybe Sebastian got in trouble for saying something at counseling. Or maybe Sebastian was up for speaking to the judge, you know? Because in my opinion, I think the judge wanted to hear what Sebastian had to say. If the judge was looking at a review of the home and a review for Faith's situation and that custody arrangement and battle and everything, I believe that that judge would want to talk to Sebastian. I really believe that. I really do, because he is the big brother in the house, right? He's also on the spectrum, so the judge is probably um, wanting to look into that, right? Part of Sebastian, or excuse me, of Faith's life as well, to see how it would fit. And I could see them definitely even doing some sort of, a talk with Sebastian that's very non-probative, but they're afraid that Sebastian is going to say something that they don't want him to say. And the thing about it is that the judge takes the child into chambers, right? Many times with a guardian ad litem. I'm not sure on the specific laws in Tennessee, but they have a chat with them, right? A private chat. And no one can control that. No one can control what's being said, right? Unless you um how do we say, coach the child before. So here's the thing. If Sebastian was up to talk to the judge and Sebastian was telling people things, and then there was another CPS report because of Sebastian, these people have no self awareness to look within and say, wow, we really screwed up. Not that Sebastian screwed up. They're the ones that'll blame Sebastian, even though it wasn't his fault, it was their fault because they don't know how to act right. And maybe a teacher decided that I'm a mandated reporter, I have to say something. Maybe a bus driver. Maybe it was, Sebastian's friend at the school, right? The resource officer. Maybe Sebastian went to the resource officer and said, I'm sick of this. We don't know. We just don't know. But here's the thing. All of that leading up to that situation, again, like our friend Groot says, that's a perfect analogy for this. It's a perfect analogy for a build up to a meltdown when somebody has autism spectrum disorder, but it's also a good way to describe a toxic family dynamic. Every time there's even a little shake of that bottle, pressure builds up. And all it took was for the lid to pop off, right? Or someone to let some air out, and it's just going to explode. Also remember that if he was a witness for the state does not release those lists until after the trial. Oh, that's a good point too, Seth. Thank you. Yeah. So if and that's the thing. He very well could have been. Look, if I was the judge, I would want to speak to Sebastian. I would want to figure out, how he would like it if Faith came to live there, right, full time. Because judges are always trying to, and for the most part in family court, find out what is in the best interest of the child. So they're going to speak to the other children. They're going to speak to the child in question, right? I'm sure poor Faith has voiced that she does not want to live with the Foot clan, right? I'm sure she has. Thing is, for autistic people, our brains are literally wired differently. Parents and guardians need to be willing to adapt to that. In my opinion, Seth does all the adapting. Yeah, I agree with that, Gru, and that's really well said. I think also, just to add on to that, it's like you have to meet that person where they're at, not expect them to meet you where you're at, because that's the hardest thing that Chris would never be able to grasp, especially being a narcissist. And Katie as well is very, very selfish, in my opinion. So for her to, take a step back and wonder what it is that Sebastian needs her to adapt to, she's constantly telling Sebastian, you have to match our energy. When Katie said that she would tell Sebastian to match other people's energies, to me, her saying that to him was almost a little bit insensitive, right? Because it's very difficult for someone on the spectrum just naturally to do that, right? Like you're saying, it's more of an adapt to their, them than it is them adapting to others, right? Even though they're constantly doing that with therapies, don't get me wrong. But yeah, that's really well said. Well, and that could be a reason why they put the camera in Faith's room. True, Faye. True. If CP still gets his daughter, should be supervised. I know. I understand that too, Laura. I mean, here's the thing. Could you imagine going to that house and knowing that your brother's still missing and they never found him and they're just going on about life? Going to Disney? Let's go to Disney. Your brother's missing. Let's go. That's very odd behavior. Very odd. It's got to be terrifying for that little girl. Detroit says, in my opinion, Sebastian knew a lot and he had the dirt on CP, but was afraid of hurting his mom and dad. I think he was protecting his mom and dad. I do. And even in a small way, maybe even protecting Mr. Chris. But, there could have been a time where he was not so happy and it was, it became known, so to speak, right? It's hard to keep secrets forever, right, Detroit? You're absolutely spot on. Especially bad ones that might hurt someone. Sebastian knew something. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Well, and then you have more people coming out and talking to you, right? Many times kids aren't used to having other people coming out and talking to them. Once they are, they start telling how they feel, how they really feel. So, how is it possible that CP allowed Faith for holidays if he has a trial and a missing boy is a state witness? OMG. I know, Kylie. I mean, and we don't know that for sure, but I would think that if they're evaluating the family, they're going to speak to the 15-year-old in the household. They're going to find out what's going on, especially because, I think there is a strong possibility that they knew that there was some involvement there, somehow, some way. And I could be wrong. But if they did, that's a big issue. If they didn't, that's also an issue in my opinion. Um, And Groot says, to give some perspective, imagine you were going for a job interview and you act differently for that, normally an hour tops, then you're glad to get out and loosen up. Yeah, yeah, more in the next comment, says Groot. Yeah, I mean, I understand that. Yeah, completely. Um, and we all know that we have to conduct ourselves in different ways when we're in public, and that is difficult. Faces, in my opinion, they misled the judge saying they got cleared. I think they did as well. Great point, Faye. Yeah, and I agree with that too. That's why that's what it's like for an autistic people to mask. If an autistic person masks for 8 hours straight, it's like an interview, 8 hours long, no break. Right. Yeah. Well, that makes a lot of sense, right? Yeah. Even like a good example too, I think is like the eye contact thing that can be very intimidating and hard to understand how long, and the social cues on that and things like that. I know we reviewed someone with an autistic perspective talking about that and learning through therapies. different ways of coping with that. But yeah, masking is a big one, right? For that amount of time, it's got to feel great to actually be able to like let down your hair, be yourself. So yeah, so you see how daring that is. Yeah, or excuse me, draining. You see how draining that is. Yeah, it is. Well, and I guess it is also daring, right? It's brave because you're going out there and you already have some challenges with things, and it's got to be draining as heck. I totally get that. Kids naturally speak the truth, in my opinion, and they are not conditioned to lie until they learn it from adults around them. I agree. Detroit, absolutely. And also, maybe even if they're gonna get in trouble, that's like an understandable lie. I think that's something that, okay, if you've gotten a spanking for this and you get caught again, you're like, oh no, I didn't do it, type of thing or whatever. But I agree, it's definitely learned behavior, and especially when you have a lot of parents out there that are pathological liars, Chris and Katie. Um, but because they're gonna model that behavior. Well, guys, I love you guys all so very, very much. And thank you for sitting with me for so long and, talking this out because there's a lot to go over and, a lot of new ideas. It definitely sparks the conversation. Um, like Seth was saying, it's keeping Sebastian's name out there, his um, story, and also people putting their heads together, trying to figure things out is always a good thing, I think. Always good. Always very valuable. So, yeah, Bosa's exactly Detroit. Yeah. Yeah, you guys are on fire tonight. Well, thank you all so much for being here and, share out Sebastian's flyer. Send it out to whoever you can. Everyone I know has done a lot of sharing, but it's just important to do that. Um, yeah, exactly. Brainstorming. That's right. All that is unseen. Thanks, everyone. Community brainstorming can and will help. It does. I know. I hate it when people are so negative, like, oh, you'll never solve it. Well, I mean, we're not gonna if we think that we're not gonna solve, right? If we're negative Nancy's, we won't. But if we put our Nancy Grace or our Nancy Drew hats on, maybe we might come up with something. You never know. And it's worth a shot. Sebastian's worth it. He's worth to have people searching for him, looking for him, talking about him. Aw, thank you, Detroit. Aw, you're so sweet. You're the best, Detroit. Oh, Faye, I'm praying with you guys as well. And prayers are huge, right? Faye says, Dear Heavenly Father, please bring Sebastian home safe. In Jesus' name, amen. Right? Faye, thank you. Thank you so much, Laura. Thank you guys. Thanks, Bo. Thank you, KJ. Yeah, thank you for all of the ideas too, guys. We'll keep rolling with it. Like I said, I'm absolutely kind of zoning in on that beginning time before Sebastian went missing and then right up to it, right? And then let's explore some things that were said surrounding search efforts or what Katie put out on Facebook. I've shared a lot of that stuff, but let's go back over it and build out some more of a timeline, especially analyzing it with what we know now. So, all right, you guys have a great rest of your day, and I will talk to you soon.